City of romance, city of law, city of fable, city of souls ruled solely by the lust to rule. Earthly dignities totter on the shifting scene. Bacchae along the trellis, Goths in the garden, painted barbarians, bull helmet, fawn skin, boots on marble, hooves on broken glass. We speak of an earthly and of the other city, and of the enemies of both. Those who flame with hatred, unable to utter a single word to its prejudice. City of granite, city of vapor, walls raised up in the smoke of war, shrine at the gate. We persist in an image we assemble as the castaway lashes debris into a raft and then climbs aboard. How invoke a God who does not exist? How invoke one who does? A history of raised banners pauses for a moment of rhetorical silence. Guardian gods flicker on the nightstand. Product accumulates as wet hoarders assemble evidence for the Q conspiracy. Senators huddle in the stairwells, clutching torn scrolls. Theologians roam the halls, horror film suspense, thumb cocking the pistol. Perhaps poets and reporters transcribe what did not happen, or what the truth extorted from them. For what does an enemy do when sacking a city? To be sacked is not to fall, Alaric recalls. Virgins and boys were violated, Augustine says. Temples and great houses plundered, slaughter and burning, corpses, blood and wailing, and not from foreign foes, but from citizens inside. The VP, Princeps Senatus, cut off from above, huddles with his family beneath a table, lips moving silently through the litany of jingos they've been handed to pray with, while rams batter the door and voices shout the most worldly admonitions. They're in here. Bring a hammer. Give me that crowbar. Slaughter, plunder, burning, and misery. These are the custom, the novel thing that savages show themselves so fine, or so says Saint Augustine. It was the Council of Rome set precedent for the current president and the ecclesiastical debate on the ethics and expedience of torture. Now, even in this present laissez-faire distribution of temporal things, a discerning eye will detect interference from certain third parties. Stirred with the same movement, mud exhales a horrible stench, and ointment emits a fragrant odor. And if punishment falls to innocent and guilty alike due to inconsistent quality control and poor subcontractor oversight, remember, our weak citizens crave wives and husbands and children and houses and establishments, for the good as well as the wicked love this present life, while they ought to hold it cheap, building the dream of life eternal. A beggar at a stoplight gives a big thumbs up. Have a great day, he yells through my sealed window, moves to the next car. Donors receive no special treatment, and they wheel away, swearing off Caritas yet again, as he mutters assholes under his breath. Now, this mortality business is ill-omened, at least for those of us who can't afford Buddhism. But the purple requiem set assures us, whether laid out for sky burial or potluck on the forgotten battlefield, your meat matters not. For matter complete with surname and picture ID shall be restored, bodies formed anew. No doubt new recruits headed for that new world of democracy, chained in the hold, passing over the highway of bones, took consolation that the God of their slavers stood by Jonah in the belly of the beast and walked with the trio in the furnace without even singeing his turban. And besides, history recounts many who, when washed overboard, were received on a dolphin's back and carried to land. So surely he provides similar succor to those thrown over the side, still in their chains. Does the will remain holy no matter what member intrudes? So long as there is no internal assent, he says. Judas and Judases, hardly virgins, betray themselves when they rape the other, a double penetration. The sanctity of the body, Augustine proposes, does not reside in the integrity of its components, as there can, of course, be accidents. One might, for example, destroy a maiden's virginity while merely attempting to ascertain it. For the city is founded upon a woman's body. Flag raised, edifice lifted upon a woman's body. The sacking and the sacrament upon a woman's body. Scaffold rope and pulley upon a woman's body. Lucretia's double homicide upon a woman's body. Just who or what may be sinlessly killed? Irrational animals that fly and or creep, dissociated from us by want of reason, by just appointment, by the Creator's decision to kill or to keep alive. But this innovation of murder is vexation to the city unless the current font of Jus Imperium RDA receive and stand firm upon his instruction whispered from on high, just as Samson had his secret alibi, well justified in pulling a few strings, whether by general law or special commission. Our primary concern needs to be to keep numbers up. Yet again, we entertain the foolish opinions of the vulgar, febrile minds still banging heads against Plato and the unsinkable Republican, quote, majority, end quote, gerrymandered around opioid counties, though every vote counts when those mortgages on those everlasting mansions finally do come due. If envy be too strong a word, let's just say he was ashamed. Enough being said about Lucretia, juridical arguments this way and that, re her suicide, a prudent dissuasion of Cato takes the stage. Forestall shame with hardship, that the son may live on like this learned and excellent man. Like Job's job, a regular gig delivers from torment, advances just causes, victories no citizen could bewail. But aspirants to heavenly membership forget they forgot to vote in the earthly country, and the Most High whispers orders for the secret mission from the golf course. Be alert, maiden, for when the body is subjected to the enemy's lust, an insidious pleasure might entice your soul to consent. And even in this case of a rapist's fantasy come true, Suicide is proscribed, Lucretia damned. For lust follows its own law, and mortal members remain blameless as the man who awakens erect. To escape the ills and enemies of this life by taking the plunge into eternity. The allure is certainly understandable, and remember, the soldier is not culpable for the stupidity of the general, much less the secret coded whisperings of the still for a few sweet moments ostensibly rightful commander to whom one sort of swore an oath back in the day. And as if by coincidence at this point in the fable, Samson again raises his ugly exemplar. Arguments for suicide circulate in the mist. Tangled ghosts, Camus, Shakespeare, the bishop, not to mention Antigone, washed in the laver of time, they who had not the privilege of their own counsel, deprived of singularity through iteration now as dust sweeps across the page. Following scribble track through the city in Marrakesh, lost in the Medina, I showed a street seller a map and asked him to point out where we were. He could not. Likewise, I can't locate your Jama el-Fana on this map, though I could take you right to it in the physical city. The discipline of temporal life, those tottering and falling affairs of youth, is school for life eternal, even if one doesn't live to graduate, even if only this can be said with certainty, my God is no less effective than yours. Why, even Cybele, mother of those gods who do not exist, wannabe mother of Scipio, wags her finger at your longing for sensual pleasure, and remember the lessons from Carthage. The most glorious victories turn to shit for the likes of you. Pi, eternal ratio, number without number, relation without entity, prior to anything, invisible yet known to all, governor of gravity and centripetal forces, and of the human's relentlessly circular wanderings. The obverse of pi, the prior to nothing, the visible without essence, chaotic energy of random accumulation, sprawling menage of materialized ambition. This is the city. And how could a senator oppose one he assumes to be God, not yet knowing how to purify the heart and seek what is in heaven or even above in the city? Drunken celebrations on gridiron or battlefield, Olympian in scope, prove once and for all gods are less mortal than men, less humane than humans, and if the guns on TV shows are fake, that doesn't mean the bullet heads aren't taking actual aim. Ask Alec Baldwin. What indeed is this blindness, this hypnosis that plants you behind a screen as hordes of Adderallites acting on super secret subliminal cliches stand up their ladders and drop down in the inner sanctum? Man, even the East is laughing its ass off as they trample your gardens and salt your ground with microplastics. Maybe if you hadn't had it so easy at the start, you'd have been awake when the first Molotov came through the window. Bless me, Father, for I confess to disappointment that no alleviation of the hobbling, wobbling, doddering, and moldering mental and physical states appears to be in the cards, even for righteous little me on the way to the rising up again within my brand new, again, mystical body, but mortal enemies one day, piles of dust the next, throng the churches, then home to TV, and this is all ye know in life, here in the earthly and in that other city. And so, after shucking this mortal coil, when the advantages of this life that proved so elusive, so strenuous to attain, have fallen out to those who shucked us, I'll try not to drop my lyre on your head like some common philosopher might, but coil around you a serpentine logic, the loftiest argument that ever slithered out of a tree and into a city. And so, therefore, I do not wish my writings to be judged even by you. And since you require a reply to every exception which you hear taken, well, one can't be bothered in one's inarguably charitable argument to attend to every objection, every contestation of fact one runs into along the way. No time to tarry along the road to truth. But now, let us once more in mind's eye pat the hand of the young woman as she is ravaged, lawfully, according to custom of war, by the furry Visigoth. For she suffers chastely and, despite the temptation, doesn't get into it. If this is purification, what exactly would pollution look like? The concubine mother of your son dumped in the gutter so you could marry a rich tween? How could any god worthy of the name let all this happen? If it were a movie, could you talk about it in front of your mother? But now, if the goddess mother were to know your soul, know what you do, what you think in the wee hours, wouldn't friends and family blush for you? Unless, with flip of a switch, she become an adulteress to entangle you in her deceit, causing you to lust for just what you justly loathe. Try to be temperate as Scipio, so that the Senate lays in your hands this image of the double woman, which you may convey one day into the Capitol. So the rhetor proves with impeccable logic that the gods which do not exist could give a shit about the city and let people party at Mardi Gras even as the floodwater rises. Secret messages whispered in my ear, or is that just the mushrooms? But here they come, like every Mardi Gras, lugging their crosses by the gay bars, and the boys and chaps offer up their asses. It's not the pathos, but the brazen immorality of the cutter priests that Plato cannot theoretically abide. But a junkie on a mattress is the mutilated priest of our city, basking in God's golden shower. It is the fiction itself that poses its fiction, i.e., the God creates the God, hauls itself into existence by guiding the poet's incantation. Extortion, Augustine calls it. Believe in me or else. Pardon the Pasquinade, Dodd's rendering of Oxyntarsit, but was there ever such an unblemished rep more deserving to be taken down? You praise Cicero advocating death for satirists even as you satirize, but the longevity of your name will depend entirely on haloed accounts. The son you lugged into the garden who died without mention, and your concubine, his mother, whose name you will never utter, sent back to Africa, vowing chastely to never know another man, while you lounge in Beata Vita with the boys in Milano. Why do I waste my time on you? Your moralism and hypocrisy are everything I despise, like my father perhaps who sent my mother packing to the dark corners of her mind, while I walked through the valley of the shadow and, turning to him, received slaps and homilies, hand-me-downs all the way from you. It's a little tough, quite frankly, to pasquinade it away sometimes, but like a banger, I wear your death sentence with pride. In the beginning was the city, and the city created morals, rituals of punishment and enticement. In a word, God, phallic and financial, reward made eternal, no matter if the God be or be true, no matter how entangled the logic, the logos will net the citizen in its mesh, in the maze of the ancient Medina. Politicians and porn stars mime the rites as ithiphallic actors mount the stage, a phase that will morph into church. Labeo held evil gods should be worshipped evilly with blood sacrifice, good ones with potluck, milk and cookies left on the table, for example. So for whom are these whips in bondage in a cheap motel? The syllogism, gods prove themselves non-existent by licentious behavior. Ouroboros, the universe consumes itself with a pop. He sits at his table writing all day. When I bring ink or bread and olives, he hands me a missal and gives the command without looking up, and the amanuensis keeps scribbling. I see myself through his eyes, a heap of dirty clothing, something vague inside. From palace to church to palace I go, from body to soul and back, carrying the scroll. So borrowing gods does have a history and didn't begin with Pound, or the current craze for Hollywood Buddhas with glamping retreats and pay-one price deals, just like the monastery at Hippo, where all that chaste spunk spilled onto the page beside the olive oil lamp, quills running the Manichaeans through, transfixing the Donatists and lovingly entering the hearts of the commoners, well, the men at least. Necessity of procreation notwithstanding, there were those who regretted ever taking breast and mouth. Any god worth his salt would surely have saved us the trouble of importing civil law from Solon, that trusted sense of fairness and protection of sacred wealth, magically writing itself in codex to save a hypothetical state from falling into ruin, while its cities remain uninjured. Roughly what could be said about Louisiana these days, as concealed carry passes and the St. Augustine marching 100s still the highlight of the parade. The city in its palmiest days, showing ethics of extremity, it will absorb a Sabine or two, for the city's increase can come only from others. Those who stormed it, those who stormed by it, those who hide inside it, those who utilize and use it up, those who do not become it. Sand, where Carthage once threatened, now a leveled field. Tent of the Berber pitched in the cathedral, adjudicating murder in cornfields, vita jus imperium. Lust for the body of Christ becomes eternal city, lying in dust. Absolved then by both nature and law, I pronounce the sentence. Before Christ, the sink of iniquity. After Christ, the sink of iniquity with others going down it. Not the stammering of the philosopher, but the thunder of the oracle sends down the law that the quivering pen translates into metaphors of the Republic. Let city turn against city, let clergy condemn clergy, let laity damn laity, yet let the law be, do what you will. It isn't happiness, but the kind of happiness that distinguishes us from them, that is you, beyond kindness, beyond any argument, pre-adjudicated by lascivious example, delicious horror, the sarcastic wish becoming the true one. A cloud of little gods takes flight from the city, like so many flies from this dead horse. But 2 millennia later, the self-same casuistry still rails at college commencements and big box apses everywhere. Drone gods running cameras and security while citizens decide what is most decorous to believe. For despite Ancestry.com, they have long since forgotten the genealogy of their morals. Before the beginning, before word or thing, was the knowledge of good and evil. Knowledge without agent, knowledge without knowing, without voice, without body. Next came the living, breathing man-woman who conjured the god. Man-woman stirring ashes of what never was. Like a city in which the power has gone out, vague silhouettes, gray on gray, a maneuvering of furniture, shadowy successes and submissive slaves, deep well from which the first rumblings of orgasm come. From the bone-strewn plain of Campania comes the sound of clashing shields, hooves and hearts pounding, battle cries and death wails, yet not a blade of grass is broken. Here the gods set up bleachers and watch the contest with Bob Dylan and special guests until a whooshing in the air announces the arrival of Gaddafi's helicopter. Invitations to profligacy abound in the cloister, where secrecy makes the heart grow hard, like the proverbial blade. Here we attend the theater of the Virgin, deity who makes herself blush, hand under her robe. R-rated matters, explicitly condemned, though too licentious to be mentioned. The real world, Augustine obscures behind his adjectives. We can only imagine, and in this imagining enact the very lewdness he encants. Enchanted thus, drawn to him for all the wrong reasons, we read our history as a priest's ribald fantasy, last rites marking the moment of his ecstasy and our passings as ephemera. Decorative grouper on the wall of the beach house in St. Augustine, Florida. Great red lips whispering invocations of desire down past the tan line and the rich comfort of cheap wallpaper. A healthy separation of the sexes keeps the neighbors in check when time to the dawning can be measured in hours. TV at 5 a.m., insomnia in one quarter producing and others absorbing. The theft, stealing coat hangers, one forgets from whom, the low-hanging pears to create guilt where all is permitted. No rousing admonition to football team, nation, family, God, or city can move those whose temporal advantage has expired. So let the current argument end. Imagine the dreams of the Berber who spoke no Berber, for Latin was all the earthly father allowed. His argument for superiority of Christ over the pagan deities he borrows from Cicero's for the superiority of Latin over Greek, which in fact Augustine never troubled to learn, reading his first deity, Plato, in translation. So what might the slave nanny, her native language forbidden, have called the boy genius's little messes? Urination, defecation. Today's Catholicism might have had a different catechism had Augustine had words like pee-pee and poo-poo and screw. Perhaps his penis wouldn't have been so disgusting if it had been his winky. And perhaps if he had been able to call the concubine's vagina a kitty, he could have also named the woman herself. And maybe then he wouldn't have despised himself for loving her. Like Hitler and Trump, Augustine worries that his enemies may corrupt the people's votes. Augustine scoffs at the primitive notions that Romulus was descended from Venus and Caesar from Mars, though he does admit the profligacy of the pantheon could allow for most anything, including wife swapping with terrestrial guys, as well as the more traditional extramarital and extra-special inseminations. The simple point being that these gods are reprobates. They didn't stand by Troy. They fucked Paris over. Incredible. But then one can make the argument that rulers are more intrepid and attempt more great things if they believe themselves descended from a god, however false the belief may or may not be. Thus, out of expedience are the sacred legends feigned. The human bed, tousled, cum-stained, where Sylvia got it on with Mars and founded Rome, unless of course the sly bitch made it all up to save her Vestal ass from being buried alive. I'm not coming down one way or another on the debate, just saying it's a possibility. For, as we all know, a god likes to get a little now and then. Happens all the time about Mare Nostrum. When man-woman stole its neighbor's wife and took what it called its brother's life, the gods hid behind a bush. When man-woman cast its first stone, then cried out and ran all the way home, the gods hid behind a bush. When man-woman was born into the city and began to discover sorrow and pity, the gods hid behind a bush. But when man-woman left the city behind and wandered in the desert out of its mind, the gods came out laughing and dancing. Now in Ilium and Rome and DC, we gods deserve something of a pass, for truly our hands were tied, and not, no matter what your twisted imagination might conjure, just for sex games, and not only by the profligacy of the populace, but by our own irremediable non-existence. What effect could our indignant sermons have on this physical world where Fimbria and Alaric and Trump parade their carnal triumphs, grasping at pussies and franchising the piss out of the porn flick they make of the city? Are we to be blamed for not whispering loud enough? then fuck off and we'll be silent. At the cackling of the goose, they came running, cracking the bulletproof glass and mobilizing citywide. Capitol Police left standing like Minerva, while leftover gods and leftover senators swung wide the gates. If the police are bestowed like sun and rain and other taken for granted life support systems upon wholesome and sleazy alike, who can find argument for the afterlife in the fairness of their dispersals? Senators glide in the halls like wraiths. See here this tooth the size of my hand, which proves that giants once walked the land with crushing electric guitar and suffering in proportion to the size of their members. While doing archaeology, for me, on the other hand, it feels most ethical to ask Alexa to select some easy listening, something that doesn't distract from the furious succession of wars that is all we know of history. Pitiful gods that terrify or incite, enchanted world of human emotion, the lie of scripture proves. While the Cuman Apollo wept, the human Apollo slept, dreaming of sugar and fairies from his safe house in the city as regime changed around him. Whether the flag flies Roman or Greek, the same old cobblestones line the streets and the same bare feet tread upon them. To stop the statue from weeping, they threw it into the sea. And so, a dense crowd of gods descended on the Capitol. Gods male and female, foreign and local, analog and digital, with briefcases full of cash and tablets full of laws. And the gods partied down, inviting senators to orgies in expensive hotel rooms, snorting coke off the bosom of the goddess. Thanks to a bottomless well of corporate cash, we were having a ball, but it was too good to last. No earthly heaven lasts. Man-woman goes out to the harvest, returns with a sheaf balanced on its head, stick figure wrapped in a tangle of thread, hands like x-rays of hands, feet like hooves broken and split by the endless road. Flattery of historians sentences Romulus to be torn to pieces by his senators and the parricide to accede the proverbial throne. But the honesty of this account is questionable too, or so says Sallust, was it? For if lightning doesn't get you, be assured Virgil will. Awesome to behold the destruction that rains down when a language is loosed upon a city. While the Sibylline books did Hannibal about as much good as the Bible did Patton, still to the latter does the modern city dweller go when casting dice for prophecy or for profit. For history, that wise old shaman has learned to teach most everyone, but who needs it most? Anything but what it knows. As Hannibal left behind a trail of severed digits to send home those bushels of rings from the ravaged Cannae in the Second Punic War, so the French in about the 200th Punic War left a trail of feet harvesting anklets for wives and whores. holding the bishop's words in mind while swinging, "Love and do what you will." And the Saguntines, bereft and besieged, fell on their knives, threw themselves and their children into the fires while gods and bishops looked on jerking off, that is, spewing sarcasm while eschewing irony. Iron bedsteads, oriental rugs, female singers, these are the abominations that try the patience of our saint, while slavery we pass in silence. Thus, the Christian ethic that will be handed down to lead the expeditions across the Sahara and across the Atlantic and across the wastelands of eminent domain to the capital. Dogs leave their masters and roam the streets. Horses, mules, and bovines forsake domesticity. Latins, too, turn cities into battlegrounds. Urban warfare, strife unto itself, but also as augur of the age of QAnon. A plowman following a mule framed by laurels is the logo of Handy Kennedy. Gracchi's efforts continued. For the work of discord built the Temple of Concord in Massachusetts as well as Agrigento, and probably in Arkansas as well, where the little town, population 244, has a killer football team, the Pirates, and the grown-ups worship John Deere, except sometimes when the mortgage is due, a mother wakes up yelling that she took off her boy's cleats and found a pair of hooves. Civil wars and servile enacted in the city code and archived in the child's kleptomania. Pithy sayings and epic narratives join the liar's pact to create consciousness as advertised. Life, modern and otherwise, bitter for this toothless hag. Do bloody wars prove the gods inept or just thirsty? Marius and Sylla filled the city with corpses, avenging this or that outrageous slaughter, libation for the battlefield dogs, gods and senators licking up the millennial mess. Cities on the auction block like farms. Marius marries us to the cycle of revenge, and the Vestal fire flickers out. When oxen spoke, when fetuses whispered from the womb, came Christ to the city. When serpents flew, when livestock and women changed sex, came Christ to the city. When actual earth fell from the sky, when it rained fire and stone, came Christ to the city. When the sea boiled over, when the capital was buried in cinders, came Christ to the city. When locusts fell into the sea, when the bishop returns to Africa, came Christ to the city. Man, woman walking across a desert sees a dot on the horizon. An oasis, it thinks, a garden, a gift of some god. Salvation, succor, sustenance, it salivates, but it is only the city of no God. No salvation, no succor, no sustenance, no thing. Man, woman stands before the gate. I have spoken of a city of God, but I have come to the city of no God, to retell a story misapprehended these 2,000 years, and to the God whose existence this work disproves. Vigilate maneat vivit. Your time may come after all. I don't remember leaving you wounded by the roadside where you would never be found. Today a city stands where you breathed your last. The earth you tasted has been paved over and traversed by 1,000,000 souls. Here, in the wet cement of a new walkway, I place a star. To be good, to be wise, to be happy while rolling in blood and slaughter, or same thing, perishing the thought, turning away in horror. For the rich lie awake, anxious with fears, pining with discontent, while the poor Slav, happy with his modest estate, pats his belly and the wife and kids look on roundly. No need to mention the slave whose rolling is literal in this conceit, of which the principles are, of course, nations. If an empire is a robber gang with the addition of impunity, what is the church? What is the city? A long succession of dying men held these offices until the offices themselves died, and emperor, bishop, gladiator, concubine, catamite, all statuesque concepts eventually evaporate like the flesh of their bearers and do not rise again. Stunningly brazen, these robber princes, like the Assyrians, pick the god to trust in who cedes the most land. Everything from here to Libya turned into money bags and the slaves to carry them. It will be a few centuries before crosses appear on the banners and the crusades really get rolling. Look in this mirror, and if there's an ounce of shame left in you, blush for the heroic deeds of your bloodthirsty past and those pitiful gods you spent your chintzy offerings on. So the porter that everyone sets before the door takes the place of 3 gods, but Cloaca, goddess of outhouse trysts, can't stand in for 3 guys, no matter how deft her fingers. Jove himself shows his vanity by sitting for the sculptor. Better gods we worship without image. Thank God the real virgin birth can put to rest the vexing venery of Venus versus Vesta. No matter how good a movie it might make, that long chain of begats funneling back to the belly-buttonless fall, divine seed that sprouted sex and language. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that smushing a beetle isn't stepping on God's toe, for the world is not God's body, but someone else's, someone base, fallen, and broken in the fallen man-woman. For how, if I am to keep my sanity, can I imagine that this slave I am whipping while whimpering is part of a god. And what god could possibly be profligate and licentious as the concubine who lies and writhes under me? And so God is almost certainly not human. Happy nations coexisting like the houses of a city, or else waging war like gods might. For a thunder-quoting orator, the objects of your ridicule appear to be simpering plebes and their equally simpering, bumbling, slapstick deities, imaginary enemies upon whom you rain imaginary fire and ash, just as you are defensive sarcasms righting the great wrong in writing, or vice versa. Such faith in language to counter every argument, to stop every hole, the effort endless as killing flies or feeding nations. Thus, the length of the volume, for while you borrow your stodginess from Plato, you lack his concision and must drone on and on for centuries, ridiculing your own dreams. I dreamed tonight of a pestilence, a gross expression from a wound on my neck. I'm embarrassed and try to hide it, wiping the pus on my pants. You were 70 when you finished, as I am now, only beginning, and how do we dive in, will it be together or apart? Felicity Street in New Orleans from South Claiborne to Magazine is a river that runs through many nations, carrying the smelt and ore of fortunes up and down. Junkies and bankers wave to the passing floats, impassive gods on the prows, ships not of state but of the continuous flow. Man, woman in all its variety, indistinguishable in identical costumes. Was it the feminine loquacity of the goddess that made the statue speak, or was there a guy in drag inside holding back his giggles? It takes extensive knowledge of history and religion to deride gods and men properly, as the rich son derides the father, source of his wealth, reminder of his own inability. One ought to be content to throw all those gods and goddesses that both verity and vanity disprove into the vortex with virtue and Vulcan and the whole crowd of etymological puns, and just go ahead and get down with Varro, whip it up in the language a bit. Beating the dead horse of Felicity, the barrage of rhetorical questions, the ironic why nots finally dragging her into the Capitol where we can once again fantasize she might be getting it on with Earthlings. Did her name sound like Felicity to you? Hilarious sex in the city, the air full of demons in that brush against your skin in metaphorical massage. But God still gives the best felicity, not at all like licking a painted loaf. Can we blame the ether full of false gods simply on the drunkenness of our forebears, or is there a logikos even here? Do the rhetorical flourishes that push the winged shadows into the language suffice to describe the difference between gods and concepts? Or are we hanging Plato out to dry on this one? We take for granted that Jupiter gave lousy felicity, too busy sneaking into the boudoirs of human wives. And of course, there was that beautiful boy attested by more than one lucky eyewitness account. God porn calling up imagery all the more concupiscent for being vague. An art film of sultry bourgeois women bored and hungry for a little god play. The boy Grecian with laurels and grapes. Ah, who can turn away and not look back at the flickering projector light of man-woman's imagining? Vacationing through these last few days as a living being, I visit the Museo de Arte de Querétaro and stumble on you again, not on the walls but carved into the very structure, your cast of motley pagans capstoning the arches of the former Claustro de San Agustin, founded in 1728 to stage the salvation of the Indios to the high plains and the silver under them. On the upper level, a troop of angels holds up the cornice, drain pipes extending from their mouths like great proboscis for sucking the blood of men and women and fantastic animals. God of the poet, God of the philosopher, God of the politician. Rule of the first is profligacy, of the second, fantasy, of the third, totality. Here the West is reborn, psychic pantheon stood down by casuistry and the right of jus imperium. Bare desert imagining itself garden, out of which, delirious, Trump wandered. It is irksome, but apparently necessary to relate the childish failings of one's opponents, no matter how like wisps of smoke they be. Just think how things might have been had Christ been atop that transom when Alaric came knocking. Even if failing to quell the rape and plunder, this perfect politician's God provides eternal escape from the smell of rotting corpses. Gods of the nations, that Balbus babbles about, Christ sent packing with wit and whip, taking no pleasure, of course, with either, for it is wrong to desire. To desire is to be wrong. If we could just get God's surname right, we'd have a nation which could lay waste its neighbors, a patriotic undertaking even the rabble should get into, while demons yeehaw in the ether, while indisputably proves the immutability of the soul and the eternal reign of the imageless sword. Telling lies about gods would be, of course, a very efficient way to seed a city with market units for dates, mangoes, and finely woven wool. Augustine here foreshadowing both Marx and the opioid epidemic in clear-eyed self-critique and fleeting textual pleasure, should anyone doubt the prescience of his word. Ergo, the ego. Soldiers of fortune become soldiers of God. Contradictions and puns chalked up to the laughable ignorance of the enemy, while the vagaries of fortune are tallied as mystery in the Crusaders' banner, Southern Cross or Stars and Stripes, pick your favorite movie, still stands above the smoke. Am I Jack Nicholson in The Shining, typing inanities over and over while going mad and freaking the daylights out of the femme fatale and the possessed child. Well, one can find truth, albeit accidental, in such pagan texts as may fall out the detritus of memory, and anyway, it never hurts to insert a footnote. For Augustine's innovation is not only casuistry, but academic scholarship. Now at the end of the fourth book, the Berber takes up the Jews who worshiped the imageless God and did okay, parting waters, great sex, till they decided to kill its carnal visage, i.e. the sun, thereby launching the cruciform shadow that will hang over the West, symbol of faith, hope, charity, torture, and dominion, until I, at the very least, lie down finally among the mothers and the fathers of twins. One twin may turn east, the other west. One twin may be good, the other evil. One twin may be temperate, the other drunken. One chaste, the other tumescent. One discerning, the other blind. One joyful, one morose. One bathed in eternal light, one shrouded in darkness. One conquering, triumphant, the other broken and enslaved. One male, one female, one by the thread of what it can never be, the same. A single act of copulation under the stars yields different horoscopes. Thus twins prove Christ eternal by coming untwinned, leaving it to God to lug the Logos into the Capitol in 2021. Now at the gates of the city, man-woman presents itself, straightening cuffs in a mirror, taking the hand of its image, skeletons in formal wear, holding out their cards. The potter was broken on the wheel of her metaphor, an ego, i.e. faith, more fragile than the pots that are thrown there and tabled at the craft fair. But 20 years and countless rotations of celestial spheres later, horoscopes still make the paper, and Geminis and Libras alike take notes. For propensities, of course, not precision, shapeless lump from which the well-rounded identity will be spun. Mathematics, a vain science, especially for those concerned with equations of fate, i.e., my twin is not my multiple, but the primal absence of me. Proof positive that the prick that rises on this fantasy of doubles is anyone's but mine. 21/8/16, Taliban casts out Aryans. We are never within, but like priests, always outside the struggle, disinterested observers of twins in conflict, left versus right, male versus female, laic versus secular, spy versus spy, city versus city, Augustine versus Lavender. Oh, singular stupidity to choose a wedding day under these auspices, letting the evil twin follow the good one out, hanging onto its heel, releasing into the ether yet another demon shade. You may have thought that I was fond of Cicero, but in case anyone get the wrong idea this morning, I'm ripping him a new one. We can't have my own metonymies turned against me. What I call father, you calling fate, causes fatal embarrassment when I blush. My arguments bloom. Who speaks when fate speaks? will of the true God, or spirits of one kind or another. For the wind is called spirit, but since it has a body, it is not the spirit of life. Spirit of foreknowledge, spirit of contrition, spirit of speech. The fact that God foreknew what you would put in your will doesn't mean you didn't write it of your own free one, and in sound mind, of course. For who exactly would have dragged you to the table, put pen in unwilling hand, and we just scripted every curve of every letter? It might be vanity to stop the argument at this point and raise voice in a simple hymn of praise, cataloging nouns by the dozen, each a metonym for a dozen more, from stones to veggies, brutes to angels, seeds and forms, beauty, health, fertility, heaven, earth, even the capillaries of the smallest, most contemptible animal, mapping harmony and peace like the veining of a leaf. Is it in the court of public opinion or before God that Biden pleads the ethics of giving these poor Afghans back over to Sharia enforced with AKs? When tossing the baby over the barbed wire is the best hope for its future, a moral argument to boost morale of the voters is a difficult catch, even for such an exceptional American. Or perhaps devout Catholic Biden knows from Augustine not to court fleeting human praise, seeking the afterlife in the mouths of admirers in this earthly city of Kabul, where the dead are succeeded by the dying, and the Taliban keep racking up points in heaven. Keep your eye on eternity, Joe. Nobody's perfect, of course, so it must be the most virtuous of the nation, those who resisted avarice for the sake of the Commonwealth, who despised private affairs for the sake of the Republic, who consulted in the spirit of freedom, addicted to neither crime nor lust. It must be for these earthly virtues that we are rewarded with earthly success, honor among nations, great literature, and the right to brand our law and our language on most everyone else. Except, of course, the city in the sky, which has no room for terrestrial do-gooders, only for those who do nothing but gaze nobly upward and light a little incense when the bodies under their feet start to stink. For the upturned nose points to heaven and to life eternal, where no one dies and no one cries, and Muhammad even installed Huris. Augustine would have frowned on his godchild Muhammad's insertion for the pleasure of the principles of the female in the city of God, though the Sharia he could have penned himself. A bit of a trick to puzzle out the ethics of God handing the Jews over to Rome as we hand these women over to the Taliban. Perhaps proleptic punishment for the famous lynching. Though we don't have, like God and Brutus, to kill our own sons in homage to an earthly city. Way easier to get into heaven than to fuck with local politics. The God terminus yielding to necessity, just as the God predicted. They have closed the curtain poorly, and through the crack we see choir boys helping the priest dress. America's longest war didn't quite match the First Punic, which dragged on 23 years and doesn't even approach the Samnite, which had a golden anniversary before they took a breath to count corpses. So all things pass, and fast. In the twinkling of a sentence, one war is over and another begins. God made short work of Radagasius, 100,000 bodies. God made short work of Radagasius, 100,000 Goth bodies left bleeding in the field or carried to the auction block. Slaves going for a penny or less in those days, while the Romans went home picking their teeth, bragging of 0 casualties and even fewer casual graces, the essence of nobility. Thus were the worshippers of demons subjected to the true religion. It might be tough to distinguish in the dense underbrush of this prose much earthly difference between the Christian emperors and the other kind, but rest assured they rested in felicity and had warm feelings for justice, even if implementation was human, all too, and they left about the same number of bodies strewn on the plain as their faithless predecessors. But when the shadow docket instates the Texas Sharia, their pictures will be on the walls, and ours won't. Constantine and Gratian grace a paragraph like a sumptuous table set with empty chairs. Far from the slums of the city of humans they ruled, why they even named a city after sea, Constantinople, leaving Gratian to fend off eternity for himself. More by prayer than by sword was Eugenius beheaded, figuratively speaking, and a Christian eugenics, quite literally, sown upon the world, and the prophet in the desert jovially handed over Jove's golden thunderbolts to the Taliban, while God himself puffed and turned their own missiles back at them. And in a lesson for the millennium, Theodosius forgot he had promised mercy to the Thessalonians and chopped them up anyway, but did his penance so piously the ladies of the court wept to see it, so all was forgiven. Augustine here cautions anyone who might wish to argue with him not to, lest garrulity and vanity spin down to satire and levity.
Now, it does stand to reason that any god who can't, for example, plug that leak gushing crude into the Gulf right now is probably going to be ineffective at patching up this aging body and or soul for eternal life as well, unless the plan has always been to let the species, like the dinosaurs, fizzle into an oil slick, saving for eternity only me. Wandering around our own city like strangers, says Cicero. But never mind, Rick Steves will get us around. Cicero having forgotten in his discussion of the academics that he was in fact academic, or at least in the great academy of the city. Knowing every god, bridge, and tower, and feats attributed to each by such as Varro, man-woman, strolling the ruins, book in hand. The white quill dips into the well, returns to the parchment, imitating with minute precision or exaggerated parody markings on another page, that being Varro, and Cicero beside that. Augustine's version posted to the Scriptorium Bibliotheca Capitulare in Verona a century later, to be copied in a translation of a copy of that copy I now translate and copy out. This, the provenance, the look backward. To gaze at eternity is always to look backward. So excited is the translator by the notion that eternal life will never be granted via a Netflix series, that he switches to thee and thou and est, at least at the beginning of the chapter, even as Augustine spends a paragraph on the subtle differences between the fabular and the fabulous. Though he forgets himself and goes back to talking like me and you do in the second half. Not that I can really talk about inconsistent registers, as thou, dear reader, knowest well, but Augustine also spends a minute talking about proper translation of theos as fabula, not mythicon, arguing with etymological fervor, as only someone who does not speak the language can, for slight advantage on the current enemy, still Varro, before the death blow in the final sentence. Poets write and people perform what gods desire them to, and what more condemnation do we need of these low-life gods except to say they admit into their order mutilated and effeminate men, which not even harlot choirs will sink to, Augustine being well informed on admission requirements into either makes theater of their theology. Even depraved men under torture, as depraved men often find themselves, refuse to admit they aren't macho, which proves then there's no lesser form of sinner than a sissy, and no less credible form of God than a goddess. This ultimate test, the ultimate test of rigorous theology being a vigorous phallus, or at least the pretense of one, despite and disregarding last night's gambles in the cloister and what remainder might be found in the beards of the prophets. The city is a mirror in which the mime rehearses and the new husband spies on his maiden wife atop the giant dome of Priapus, a theater with scenery as dense as demons in the air, Manichaean Raiders of the Lost Ark, bathhouse graffiti come alive. The dome of the Capitol is mosque to the god Capital, which senators like Seneca enact civic theater and cynical theology, i.e., we who worship what we censure, do what we condemn, adore what we reproach, make a forum of fakery. Who else could be our God? For Thaddeus Conti. The conquered have given law to the conquerors, said Seneca of the Jews. Likewise, you brought order to the squalor of the city, even as it shoved you, handcuffed, into the back of the big white van. The rule was that you gobbled up every drug in the house and then sang out the Bacchia. This is the law, priest. This is the law, police. This is the law, poet. Do what you wanna. I have faith, TC, that you'll rise from your ashes at the cheapest crematorium in town and be crowned with laurels, soccer moms, hurries, pissing on your chest, lawmakers, senators fanned out below, waving like seagrass to and fro. And what is felicity but power, dominion over one's minions? Slaves, of course, don't count. The arrogance of immortality. Man-woman playing toy soldiers in the sandbox makes the Doppler sound of an incoming missile purses lips for the explosion, sends sand and soldiers flying with screams of agony. There is no greater death than death which never dies. A pause for meditation, and it resets the tableau. In which we continue to ridicule depraved and ancient opinions that to this day influence the unenlightened, whom I am called to save from their error and put on their knees, however revolting their presence may be. For unclean spirits course through the writing, serpentine genetics older than Adam, visible, inescapable in both motive and accident, slip and intent. So Augustine accidentally, with the best of intentions, dead-named the imageless god Theos, and man-woman thought he was talking about someone else, which caused some awkward moments like the Septuagint scandal and the Treaty of Tordesillas and January 6, 2021. But time heals all, and after a brief bit, the faux pas was quite forgotten. Today's modern man-woman is unimpressed by your catalog of things gods can't do, but it will take the forms of your jokes and turn them into hilarious send-ups of blacks, Jews, and Italians. What changes over time? Not the believing, but the meaning of belief. Man-woman walking in the Roman sites feels a little shiver down its spine as the ancient grandeur, and then from all the way across Mare Nostrum, searing wind of the Sirocco, you can actually taste the Saharan dust. That which is contained being signified by that which contains it, as wine takes the shape of the crater, master of signifiers, scribbling day in, day out in its office, in the Episcopal cloister, in Hippo Regius, today Annaba, in Numidia, today Algeria, in the Maghreb, today lots of things, in the Sahara, in North Africa, in the Western Roman Empire. Thus is the signifier contained. With the help of God, I'll design a God to designify God. Correct an error with another error, split an arrow with another arrow. With the help of God, I'll leave my husk clinging to the tree and emerge with wings. I woke this morning thinking of my father sitting in the kitchen table writing his memoir on a yellow legal pad with a yellow wooden pencil. Left hand curled around the work so I can't see. Then I remember the dead, however they be clothed, can't write what they don't recall. It's almost as impious to believe that Jupiter impregnates itself as to believe it doesn't, though Janus appears capable of both at once. Thus, Janus and Jupiter makes 4 gods suspended, for the sake of argument, disbelief, each in each other, to illustrate the logical improbability of the antiquated theses underpinning recent personal injury case law in Imperium, Jus Imperium again, cited by Trump's attorneys to keep him from having to speak the ex post facto, ex executive, ex privilege.
Calling Jove pecunia Ridiculous. What use would this omnipotent motherfucker have for cattle, no matter how rich the cut, or the metonymic cash with which he would buy exactly what? It's not like he has an episcopal manse to pay insurance and utilities, no taxes of course, on or anything. Point being, I'm saving you from yourself when I shove the imageless god down your throat, passing the plate with the other hand so that you can be as rich in virtue as you be spent in silver. Now, if the foregoing has not convinced you of the absurdity of primitive notions and self-evident genius of Genesis and Amos, then I don't know what will. Man-woman certainly bought in, held St. George's shield for 2 millennia so far, even when Einstein showed it a magic sword that made banners and shields evaporate. Of Mercury and Mars, this is what we know. Mercury is speech because speech is the messenger, that which goes across. Mars is cold air that enters the house when the father comes home smelling of sweat and cordite. These are their stars. But why has Janus received no star, and Venus such a bright one, while Jupiter's but a pinprick? They've made metonymies of her metaphors, says Scepter. Just ask Hollywood about reusing lapel patches from Auschwitz. Ask them why it's still Venus who shines the brightest. Diana moved to Indiana in the form of Kat Von D, forsaking city for manse in the woods. Once the remodeling is complete, she plans to again pick up the quiver and continue the work. Her goal, a single sentence laying down the law for everyone, a rebus inscribed across 10,000 bodies. They will have her be a virgin because a road brings forth nothing, adds Augustine, and 2 millennia of Catholics have a laugh at them. Though they of all the Mohammedans must admit virgin birth does happen now and then. Varro himself didn't believe what he was writing, Augustine contends. Some god was holding a gun to his head. For as any Platonist knows, there's a subtle difference between belief and believing. For example, Varro might believe that Saturn was Jupiter's parent, but not with the absolute certainty we have that the universal mass of nature is governed and administered by a certain invisible and mighty force, and that Luke Skywalker is indeed Darth Vader's son. Even the acutest men are so perplexed at the obviously anthropomorphic origins of the other side's platform, with its glaring omission of what we're going to use to bridge the gap that abolition opened up, especially now that democracy itself sits about 3 tiers below the Google Zuckerberg terrace in the trickle-down economy, and begging for a little highway money seems blasé to those who helicopter to the office anyway. But there'll be time to lament the state of the Roman road tomorrow. Today I'm doubling down on Bitcoin. Tip from my contact on the inside. After a time, so it is said, man-woman got tired of eating its own seed spilled on the ground and started rolling in the dirt with Saturn, from whom it learned to appreciate Jupiter both orally, palpably, and linguistically. And in that cloud of Saharan dust they kicked up, it was tough to tell the human from its gods, a confusion which still reigns today in certain primitive cultures. Exactly what should be damned concerning the mysteries et elusus remains elusive, even mysterious, as Varro chalks it up to fruit harvest, and Augustine merely transcribes, adding a bit of etymology but lacking the usual punchline of condescending sarcasm, which makes me wonder if this one didn't cause a wee bit of tribulation. Did the fingers tremble around the quill at the thought of dissing this particular rite, which even Plato was taken with? Down at the crossroads, rites of lever were celebrated with such unrestrained turpitude the private parts of a man were worshipped in his honor. The giant member loaded on a car wheeled through town to its place on the days where a local matron crowned it with a wreath, an event so salacious Augustine must use aporia to pretend not to describe it. Likewise, I will never tell how much fun it was to read. It's funny how the closer we approach to death, the less worrisome it is. Existential promontories are a young man's game. Old farts like me and the bishop, more concerned with pissing themselves than with eternal life, queries are none. Indeed, the prospect of world without end seems like unending tedium. As Tithonus found out, to live forever might actually be what they call hell. I almost feel sorry for poor Varro, having to endure from his crypt chapter after chapter of Augustine's cryptic file. I mean, the bishop will work a conceit for half a page just to poke fun at one of these slips of the tongue, none of which matters one whit these days. Both hands retired to dust. Augustine, with his name on a few towns and orders, wins, and Varro, first one dead, must take it lying down. Last night, walking through the broken streets of this broken city, I grew inexplicably anxious and began to run. It's been a while since I ran, but it came back to me, even easier than I remembered. I'm not even winded. Glad to have on my good boots to dodge the cracks and jump the potholes. I was in New Orleans, of course, but the city felt old as Annaba. When I wake, I lie still and work to remember. Augustine praises Varro not for his writing, but what he leaves out. In this case, the story of Attis's castration. Our Varro has very properly been unwilling to state it, he says. Hay, on the other hand, is not so shy and must attach the parable to the one he is currently mutilating, association by language, if not by fact, tried and true Republican strategy. Augustine says these effeminates, no later than yesterday, were going through the streets of places of Carthage with anointed hair, whitened faces, relaxed bodies, and feminine gait, like Bourbon Street, no later than last night, today's Sunday, where a good sampling of Roman men and Roman trans women normally debark upon the perilous shores of romance to drop to think quickly, dead-naming themselves in a stammering search for anonymity straight through to confession this morning. He who worships with such things, says the bishop, twice sins against God, because he both worships for God what is not God, and also worships with such things as neither God nor what is not God, ought to be worshipped with. Logical fallacies to make a phallus group. Does the not God have no phallus? And how ought a no phallus to be worshipped? As ought? As not? Even a good God ought to be naughty nowadays. Lying with my woman, doing puzzles on the bed, I slip into a dream, and it is as if I become the city around us. I take its shape, its iron structure, my map reflected in the torchlit sky, my limit and the desert beyond. I kiss her on the belly. There is no proving creature from creator, but in Sorites, the heap, as Plato, Zeno, and Quintilian understood, a single grain of sand will never make a pile. But drop the Sahara on their heads, and they will notice.
As a people typically chirp and bicker.
Beyond the ability to catch the occasional gorgeous sunset or tranquil mountain vista, what benefits God gives to the followers beneath the specified income bracket up to and until date of death shall not include healthcare, pre-K, nor a whole lot else beyond this tit under the bridge and paper plates of cold stuffing from the sitter on Thanksgiving. Now rest assured that after death, the cornucopia will be spilled upon you. Men who understood what they spake, and men who understood not. It is the translator who genders this line. For Augustine, it goes without saying, quosdam scientes, quosdam nescientes, some knowing, some not, what comes out of their mouths and pins. All words are the other's words. All flesh, the other's flesh. Quosdam scientes, quosdam nescientes. The line, spirits glide in the ether, in the curve and curl of the letters. Word made flesh, and flesh made text. Numa had himself buried with his books in his arms, but when the plowman dug them up 20 centuries later, the Senate found the tomes, quote, unworthy not only to become known by being read, but even to lie written in the darkness, end quote, and ordered them burned, except secret copies saved for the elect. The word twice born, once in exhumation, once in guile. The hardwoods have already been logged from this hillside. The second or third planting of paper pines have covered it again, and the little pond is black from the needles. I stare into it, my childhood Nakia, and a wavering God looks back. Romantic necromantion of a white boy's Arkansas, I wave goodbye to. For Thaddeus again. You kept the membership at St. Francis Xavier Catholic Church a secret from your shamanic side. I imagine cab rides home still tripping straight to the pew beside your mother. You once owed me $20 and brought an entire gram. The debt must never be canceled, you said. Something must always be owing, one way or another. For debt is fundament of desire, the lie of desire, grosse Lüge, that which is wanting and yet wants not, wanting not, but to be wanting, not of desire, I shall not return to. Man, woman, as particle of the not God, not the hive mind, man, woman, as one who did not walk the Grecian earth, but turned a page upon the Grecian dust. Quote, indeed, it were tedious to recount the various opinions of the various disciples, you quote, to put it in writing, what isn't said, what is denied, just that. What I say, Augustine says, Plato says, Socrates says, is that the city imprisons those it desires to hold close, and after the lynching, puts up a statue, names a street after them, Norman Francis, Christ, Gandhi or Labi, liberty and equality, motto of the fraternity of slave traders. Trump, beside the plane tree of Mar-a-Lago, discourses during COVID on the pharmacon, splitting up the world via a new treaty of Tordesillas, while Melania dabbles in NFTs, which he confesses he hates, preferring the sublimity of the dollar, but advising the Republic on democracy, conjugal ethics, and probate law is only half the job. There remains the yin-yang AI-compiled fractal gerrymander to keep the heavenly mansions held. And those also who have been ashamed to say that God is a body. Insomnia at 3 a.m., far from imageless, devils and pinwheels course in the darkness, and my lips form the famous 3 words. Memories of my father raging in dementia, my mother alone in her last days, lifelong friends gone or going. What emptiness, what suffering awaits me. Vanity of endeavors no human thought can succor, as I lie in state, looking up. God help. By what eyes of the flesh have they seen wisdom's comeliness of storm? What image might be born of the imageless in mind's eye? Seamless blue sky of Logos, or wet-draped form of Athena through the Wikipedia keyhole, shadow of a cave wall. Looks better. Drugged on the pharmacon, blessed by the absence of ethical misgivings, slaves and women manning the fans, lobes focused on the greater good. Plato may be pagan, but he's our first love, our reference we've never read, our reverence for reverence sake. A coalition of Greeks and just a couple of Berbers will save the philosophical filibuster and protect the nobility from that rabble of Punic voters as war approaches from the east yet again.
The poem that never got written, forgotten as soon as it was thought, like a tuft of marsh grass uprooted in a storm, now floats freely on the waves.
who am Plato the sailor off to Egypt to read some glyphs and make some more that might have encountered Genesis along the way. Platonic Plato, Plato that never was, wash your hands of this business. These Christians with eyes on the horizon, peripatetic academics walking on Mare Nostrum, towing back on a tiny golden thread, a miracle, boatloads of slaves. Their work ethic will serve them well, for what unfathomable effort, what storm-tossed seas must be crossed to set up those new markets in the West. Plato precurses Christ, along with Augustine and my old man, when he bars poets from the Republican Party, though he does leave the door open to reconsider if one would ever come out for voting restrictions. For the silent majority that will never drag a finger across a page of unwrapped text, on the way to church one morning, Papa warned me, there's no money in it. I countered with spiritual quest, purifying the language of the tribe, feeling things more deeply, etc. Stuff I'd read in honors English, the only honor I would finally find, and felt I'd won the fight, and we loved to fight, though went on to fail even at the quest for failure, my minuscule vote that even then wasn't counted. I wonder if Augustine, when referring to those obscenities of the theater, foresaw Netflix, or if he was thinking more like Judge Judy, with whom, come to think of it, he has a lot in common. If only those forever rules of time and the quinobium had not prevented a hookup, we can just imagine the power couple they might have made in modern media. Love and do what you will, says he to his dominatrix, and those little devils in front of their TVs fidget in their seats. But don't make the mistake of assuming, as so many do, that these demons on the air are as elevated morally as they are in the ratings. For even that is theater, a fiction of the poets. And it isn't just climate change that's putting those Malibu beach houses underwater. It's easy enough for a professional orator to disprove the subliminal logic of an Apuleius or a Roger Ebert as they rank their shades of the ether, but man-woman still walks on terra firma and still buries its dead there. Man-woman felt more than slightly embarrassed, pathos, and after worshipping all its gods, and after casting out all its demons, after all its Platos and Christs, all its Buddhas and Muhammads, it kept on dying like the lowest, most contemptible insect, like the most decrepit dog on the road. And in its impotent intellectual struggle got so mad, pathos, at itself, it went around slashing and hacking everyone it ran into, until at last it lay down exhausted in the carport of its enemy. February 5th, 2022. Pathetic Apuleius, those thought since no god has dealings head-on with man-woman, he could use his magic touch and bribe a Republican to take his petition straight to Mar-a-Lago, where the god of Socrates literally sits, but someone, anyone, distracted the messenger with an unchaste woman, just as Putin and Xi Jinping were shaking hands in Brasilia. It is a pestiferous and accursed doctrine that teleports crops from one field to another, something not even Apuleius would brag about. But piously silent Monsanto Christians don't send demons to keep a finger in every furrow, since the mystical omnipresence of the one true God keeps the royalties rolling in. February 6, 2022. No God has intercourse with man. Leda and Simile might vote for a gender-specific reading of this theology, but who in their right mind would want to go hopping from supplication to supplication, sneaking around and playing both ends against the middle, like those conniving little devils, hired lobbyists of the ether, skimming the legitimate political discourse off the top of each transaction? The big question being, do the poets pick up those corporeal indices of mind well enough to read God's silence? Or shall we take Plato's word from the podcast that is just more static in the aether? So every syllogism and every metaphor point to the fact that gods which don't exist can't be trusted to protect us from the lies they don't tell about either Putin or global warming. If this winter's storms don't prove once and for all that climate change no more exists than the demons who cause it. To return to those golden days when we were clueless enough to take this bullshit seriously and imagine in our narratives a golden age that might have been nostalgic to fall from. Augustine remembers fondly Hermes Trismegistus's remark that man-woman shaped out of clay the gods that created it, predicting the rise of Augustine and his Christ in mournful prophecy of the 18th century slave trade. Sadly, though, man-woman lacked the leisure to grow expert at this art of making gods, and had to count on mystical transformation to make its lumps of clay remind the supplicants of Circe's hair. Though a few millennia of practice did yield a pretty convincing, some say transformative, troll doll. February 19, 2022. Putin fires a couple of cruise missiles across the Ukrainian bow, causing that mother ducking with her Christ child a mere artillery shell to wonder if she should dodge east or west. Biden, exposing the grossen Lügen from the east, floods the airwaves with his own. Cyber sabers rattle from who knows where, invisible threat like demons in the air. Meanwhile, in Kyiv, it's ice skating in cafes as usual, while pundits ponder yet again on their podcasts war's curious provenance. But it was the grief of the demons which was expressing itself through his mouth. For the exponential explosion of sepulchres would have foreshadowed a dire shortage of rituals had not God created a class that couldn't afford them, and further relieved the pressure with sky burials and those bulldozer graves that pretty much pave Eastern Europe. Hermes, the foreteller, said it all years ago, but then we have to wonder, with Augustine, if it was really that great a leap. But let us, as new conflict, the last, approaches in eschatological sanctity, not confuse the ornamenta memoriarum we hang for our warriors with those our enemies drape over theirs. For God sees neither race nor politics excepting ours, and in its plans for the end of history forgot to include itself, just like the rest of us. Beside the other's fire, another dances. Shadows, rhetorical mise-en-scene, dollar signs flicker by crypto candelabra as, now at the border of East and West, language is turned back, and they've shut off the gas in case anyone gets ideas. Included under the name gods these days: 1. The lover's gaze, distractive just now by a figurative mushroom cloud on the horizon. 2. Language suddenly entranced with itself in the mirror. 3. Q, anon, he, am I making a leap here? Slips below the intelligence quotient of even his faithful fans. Not necessarily a bad stratum to aim your gerrymander at here in the interregnum. Which leaves us to wonder, with Augustine's ideal reader, whether the worship of a number of gods is of any service toward obtaining blessedness in the future life, i.e., if playing the numbers game pays in the end, which might seem to the uninitiated to be just what Plato is saying, though Putin threatens anyone who might have another god before him with Olympian fire, so expedience may be the better part of logic here. As the tanks roll in, Israel hedges its bet and declines to call the kettle black. Europe cancels, well, cuts by 10%. The recurring oil buy, pulling SWIFT codes, causes real pain in the porn sector. Xi Jinping to the rescue with a wholesale wheat buy. Here's hoping the good demons get the goods on the bad ones. Their mind, as Apuleius says, is a sea tossed with tempest, having no rallying point of truth or virtue from which they can resist their turbulent and depraved emotions, much less combine ground and air attacks from 3 sides at once and street fighting in Kiev. With the West to his west and the East to his east, Zelensky gives men only, there's a limit to equal consideration, between 18 and 60 tokens for a free AK and revokes their passports, sends women and kids underground, and notes that his collaborators in democratic theater have left him rather on a rock in a firestorm, prompting Biden to jump in with his absolute sternest demeanor and cut Putin's allowance in half, never veering from the path of wisdom and the law of rectitude. Even a stoic, 3 or 4 levels down this tale within a tale, will turn pale and pukey and wax peripatetic when ship of state begins to feel the sea under it. And where's the shame in that? Augustine notes it isn't the passion, pathos, he says, though he speaks no more Greek than I do, to slaughter one's neighbor one ought to be ashamed of, but the inability to keep that passion restrained, chained in the dungeon, so to speak, deep in the bowels of the Capitol where senators need never tread, even if the occasional ghostly howl makes its way to the chamber. 22. The city of God is to the city of man, Augustine, master of analogy, points out, as the Kharkiv of a week ago is to the Kharkiv this morning. Perfect apartments and avenues versus piles of smoking rubble, commuters who rode the subways versus living there. And since neither Biden nor Macron proved up to the task of mediation, it falls to Christ to intercede and welcome the flood of refugees across the border to their new life of eternal bliss. The gods, if so minded, might mingle with men so as to see and be seen, hear and be heard. Is that what all the clamor's about? Egos like college professors demanding laurels consummate with their rank? Or do they come like Whitman's Jesus and walk pallid with the wounded to the border? Like Theodosius, see 526 above, Putin has no recollection of promising anyone anything and shells the, quote, humanitarian corridor. Tit for tat, McDonald's and Starbucks shut down Moscow operations. The ruble's taking a nosedive anyway. Fingers crossed, the resulting hardship causes the tyrant to think twice. City of God is to city of man as logos to alogos, as the ethereal branches of the tree to its chthonic root, as the clear light of the dream to the drear shadows of the real. Oh, aerial demons set between the ethereal gods and earthly men, strafing apartment blocks and reactors, bombing this morning in Mariupol, a maternity hospital. As we lift off from this earthly plane, please intercede for us with whoever's on duty from here in humanity's gutter. Hear our plea. Man-woman running across a heath, mad with grief, tearing at its rags, leaving this trail of his divestiture. Golden miters, broken vases, brass Buddhas and multi-armed Shivas, snake gods, minotaurs, Apollo and Kali, Loa and Christ, image gods and imageless, gods with names and gods who never a pair of lips shall utter. Ivory trinkets decorated with glyphs fall around its feet as it empties its pocket, sobbing in self-pity, crushing every insect in its path. Resembling the demons in pride but not in knowledge? Or have we entered a new phase, daemon, power knowledge, heat-guided like the missile? Gas prices soaring in California prompt an outpouring of caritas for kindergartners positioned under the bombs. The St. Javelin emoji goes viral, raising 1 million plus. Zelensky, sexiest man alive, his TikTok feed is off the charts with swooning women. And at the Polish border, Mother Courage still searches for her children. I will not spend strength in fighting about words, even if Putin is giving 15 years for refusal to tweet fake news. Can't wait to see what he and Trump cook up for the species in 24. And you can see this morning from Poland the red sky over Yavoriv and hear rifles cocking all over Europe. Natural signs, not language. Philosophers have wasted their strength and expended their leisure pursuing happiness in whatever language, but the cult of the colony will supersede agriculture and cross an unfathomable sea from Manes to Q, Latrea to latrine. Your worship on shipboard, piously praying each matins for safe passage of cargo and crew, indistinguishable but for skin tone. Through a sly slip of the tongue, you're becoming my, starts the slaves worshiping the god that enslaved them, and a new world awaits, strikingly similar to the old one. Gods, demons, Angels and humans all seek that certain intelligible light, all seek to receive illumination from another, and let that other speak through them, through quill or MacBook or tongues, that blessed feeling of possession, 9 points of the law that tickle men and women and assist all of us to get our nut. Though outside Kyiv this morning, Russia in retreat proves all possessions are not created equal, that men possessed by conscription notices grow tired of seeing their friends and feet blown up quicker than those possessed by that devil-may-care attitude that comes from seeing your children slaughtered and possessions burned. And Putin staring down the barrel of his personal firearm in the glow of a phosphorus bomb outside the window starts to babble in a language no one else can understand. I walk down the porch steps in the pre-dawn, past the azalea bush, chard and tomatoes in the raised bed, and, distracted by a lizard scooting along the rail, press a little button in my pocket and hear my truck chirp once, then twice. The beggar from 1.11 still limps by the curb at Norman Francis and Tulane, and all along my foggy way to the job over a wanly, ironic neoclassical theme that seems to imply the human comedy is, for all its blather, still worth a chuckle or two. NPR hosts a discourse on the city of God versus the city of reality, and I take dictation in mental shorthand. I stop at PJ's to grab a latte and earn a star. 10 stars means a free coffee, extra large excluded, and meditate in the line on how the video game of the world economy is as bloodless and savory as Mortal Kombat. And then gods and warriors and scenic serenades lift with the fog on the workday. Thus, the sacrifice which he says God does not wish is the symbol of the sacrifice which God does wish, i.e., the bloody animal on the altar signifies the contrite heart in contrived submission, and the butcher of Aleppo steps forward for our next lesson in semiotics. One can understand for a moment, but then you name it and it is lost, says man-woman of its enigmatic pastime. Glorious things are spoken of New Orleans and lots of other cities aspiring to be gods, with well-dressed people posing in front of churches for the tourist brochures. But in case you haven't noticed, truth and happiness don't really mix. If you want to be happy, trust in God or lithium, but leave truth to the pros, those who take pride in knowing all hope has been extinguished. That's a New Orleans tradition too. Seed the barren wife gave birth to, son not even a prolific woman could bear, or a flame that ran between the divided parts, when angels predicted Sodom with its fire and salt, when Moses from the yoke in Egypt struck, when the Magi suffered wonderful things that they might be vanquished all the more signally. Magic arts, incantations, demons are addicted to. Moses, dealing out miracles, birds filled the camp, turning appetite to satiety, enemies to God's people, swallowed up alive by the earth, serpents sent in punishment, symbol of death set against death, by this serpent preserved in memory, afterwards worshipped, tedious to recall. the ancient miracles. He, Porphyry, complains of this through the mouth of some Chaldean or another. I've seen her now several times working the narrow median at City Park and Canal, not old but sun-weathered in her weathered sundress, left arm lopped off above elbow, the brown stump clutching a brown bag to her side, right only hand lighting a cigarette or trying to, unable to protect the bick from the wind. And out the window this time I hand her a $5, which she wads into her palm behind the frustrated lighter, and she says, "Jesus loves you, you know," and walks off between the cars, still snapping the bick, showing her rotten teeth at every window, saying, "You know Jesus loves you, right?" Now, just as those little demons who in bygone days haunted the airwaves put on angel wings to fool poor Porphyry and his well-disposed Chaldean, so the Tucker Carlsons of this world stir up bandwidth calling devils angels and angels devils, fooling the most of our noble but gullible citizenry, who then consider themselves the wiser for filtering out fake news. Well, jumping on your high horse calling kettles black has long been the preferred tactic of preachers and cheating husbands, and will continue to be so long after the Donbass and Russia and USA all the way of Chaldea go. New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival 2022. Do the fumes of sacrifice rise over these distant fields so tourists in sunglasses and Hawaiian shirts can fire up a doobie and dance in this one to the Hot 8 brass band, Big Frida, or the fabulous Sema Funk? It is the same, after all, dirt underfoot, and when Pete Townsend helicopters in E minor, the volume likely matches a shell hitting close by or a javelin taking out a tank down front. All in all, to a bored God looking down from on high, the microscopic writhing cultures must appear pretty similar, and the difference between the odors of cordite and cannabis or barbecue and cremation might seem negligible to a deity not particularly invested in the sensory universe dancers and soldiers clings to so dearly. And what does it say of a God who views such struggles with equivalence, we ask, with Augustine, with Porphyry, rhetorically? God, held to an older standard, to a judgment of the judgeship, hears hymns of praise from the gospel tent. Ground which communicates the thought conceived in the silence of the mind is not the thought itself. Correction. The sound which communicates the thought conceived in the silence of the mind is not the thought itself. For the physical is not the fallen, presence denotes lack. That which walks, walks hobbled. That which speaks remains unspoken. That which falls, falls with language. I'm off to pick up some earthly necessities, checking my phone for the list. When I dream about chard ads appear on my phone. When I think about Augustine, hooded figures. The death that never dies, devils running back and forth between foam and fantasy. Quote, "And so it is pleased divine providence that the law enjoining the worship of one God should be given by the disposition of angels, but among them the person of God himself visibly appeared, not indeed in his proper substance, which ever remains invisible to mortal eyes, but by the infallible signs furnished by creation in obedience to its creator, he made use too of the words of human speech, uttering them syllable by syllable successively, though in his own nature he speaks not in a bodily but in a spiritual way, not to sense but to the mind, not in words that occupy time, but eternally, neither beginning to speak nor coming to an end. And what he says is accurately heard, not by the bodily, but by the mental ear of his ministers and messengers, who are immortally blessed in the enjoyment of his unchangeable truth, and the directions which they in some ineffable way receive, they execute without delay or difficulty in the sensible and visible world. And this law was given in conformity with the age of the world, and contained at the first earthly promises, which symbolized eternal ones. And these eternal blessings few understood, though many took part in the celebration of their visible signs. Nevertheless, with one consent, both the words and the visible rites of the law enjoin the worship of one God, not one of a crowd of gods, but him who made heaven and earth and every soul and every spirit which is other than himself. He created, all else was created, and both for being and well-being, all things need him who created them. End quote. Man-woman sits in its desert, eyes on the sky, eyes that number as the stars. God made man-woman to have these eyes so someone could peek at him behind the curtain. To be is to be seen, he says, I need these eyes to exist. But man-woman was confused. For eyes it heard eyes, and turned its gaze inward. Eyes that number as the stars. I came to New Orleans from the gray-green hills of Arkansas to make my testimony, which I have called the city of no God. My research took me to a cemetery where people of all religions, my ancestors among them, lay together in the same crypt even, and in perfect harmony. Long hours, days and weeks in my cell, and here, finally, you have it. Undying gratitude to my brothers and sisters who read the numerous early drafts, and to my wife who looked after my failing health, and to my children who supported me even as I neglected them, and to my colleagues in Capitol who lent me the leisure to devote myself entirely to this work, while others worked street corners begging alms from passing cars. I apologize for its length. I know your time is valuable too. May you have the strength to see it through. May 9th, 2022. Putin celebrates the end of one war with the beginning of another. For that which they take pleasure in is not, as Porphyry says, the smell of victims, but divine honors. All those burning bodies just to light the runway for an aging punk rocker to hawk grandiose Lugan at the ecstatic crowd. Thus, he is both the priest who offers and the sacrifice offered. lying down on this table in Sadian glee. Here I am, eat me, eat this mad Christ that parties down the centuries. I am the way, I am that I am. The shot of vodka with breakfast, morphine on the battlefield. I'm the rule and the forgiveness. I'm the invisible worm, the greener grass, the good thing the neighbor always has, the quiet confidence, the lack of fear and trembling, absolute aplomb in front of the camera. I never stammer. I speak impromptu and it sounds well written. The way, the truth, the light, all that's me. That's the me that I see, the I that I don't see, eye of the storm and eye of the norm. Smell of green pastures, mirage in the desert, disturbance in the air. Power delegated to the demons. This power is found to be not merely harmless, but even useful to the church, completing as it does the number of martyrs. So Putin is finding out as the Norse gods go flocking to NATO just when he thought he was getting tough on opinions, losing votes even as he gains ground. Porphyry, however, adds that a good god or genius cannot come to a man unless the evil genius has first of all been propitiated, i.e., Christ follows Dionysus, his bride nuns were Maenads last night, chastity makes them come, for how does one repent who's never tasted blood? It is by true piety that men of God cast out the hostile power of the air. Hard to say if this is referring to Russian airstrikes or circulation of the coronavirus, either of which seems to demand a procession of saints to the front, praying with laser-guided precision. An air once empty, imagined full, now filled and imagined empty, but for inert machines and engineered viruses, which helps us imagine demons might have physical claws, might strafe a village or shut down a school system. Hands without bodies, managers of the imaginary. We who are polluted by sinful flesh should be cleansed by the likeness of sinful flesh. Porphyry, no doubt, spoke according to his light, while we are bound to speak according to a certain rule. That certainty of rules being why we can speak at all, and also why God happens to exist. That is, the rules God sent down are the rules that created it, a feat of proleptic engineering perfected by an unknown scholar scribe long before copyright and patent law. Numbers thrive, come alive. Is this the quickening? Is it the end? A shadow like a storm on the horizon. Petrichor, a different charge. We will change. We'll be wiped out at last. These days they are filling in the potholes with broken up bits of the city, robbing Peter to pay Paul, as they say. But gravel under one's boot heels in this particular moment, this is God, this is Logos. Your apostrophe to Porphyry is ample demonstration of your knuckle-rapping ability, rhetorically speaking, and could such casuistry be the genesis of the genitive, if not the genital? Is to name you, to possess you, or be possessed by. Does language owe its ownership to a patriarch traceable back in the abstract to a primal semantic land grant? the Big Bang of meaning, when bits of world and us were first bitten off and salvaged from savages. Well, we'll say what I want, and you won't be talking back save through the mouth of some future other who'll own the both of us and the land we lie in. In the same way, my mother, embarrassed, walking in on me in the bathroom, Christ makes the Platonist blush with his carnality and his specificity, there being for Jesus no ideal unnameable, only the one bodily instance and the swear word. And this despite the fact he taught the Hebrews in Greek, Romans as well, thus forcing Augustine to learn an etymology or two, even if he left the language itself to the actual apostles and the Punic rabble running round and round the tower, while man-woman, in this instance a simple laborer, carried on carrying bricks. That souls should desire to come back into this life and to the pollution of corruptible bodies, as if the result of perfect purification were only to make defilement desirable. For the purest desire is desire to upend purity. All desire is desire to defile, and no incredulity can mask the slaver. May 24, 2022, Uvalde. If, then, the soul has always existed, are we to say that its wretchedness has always existed? Wherever foot has trod in dust, a print remains, describing the weight, direction, and ancient wounds of the soul who left it. Illegible signature, illegible yet memorable. Second Amendment rights, male maenads, AR-15 pretending the city will be sacked. Why her? Why my beautiful daughter? She always brushed her teeth. She made us things. She made us pictures and little arrangements. Final responder, Saint Ted de la Cruz, gives the eulogy at the NRA convention, but cherubim in Louisiana may now carry pistols under their robes. Pray for them that their thoughts remain chaste, without lust for revenge or desire for personal pleasure, that eternal bliss be theirs. Chained to our post in this earthly city, city of romance, of law, of fable, etc. Shadows of the logos, Exxon, Disney, Amazon, etc. play upon the walls. A kingdom which does not totter like all temporal dignities. Porphyry's fatal error laid bare, vain argument made venal by vain faith. City of lust, city of larvae, city of domes. My graffiti wall, my stone tablet, my white plume. By the Lares shrine, hands reach out for alms. Wind of the Sahara, wiping away footprints of the caravan and the tribe it carried. Interregnum. Museum of Capital for Norman Fisher. The City of God is a painting in the Museum of Capital, which lines the walls of the Capitol. You can tell the difference because the O looks like a dome. My fourth grade teacher told me a few years back, though the Capitol with an A attempts to swallow the conceptual field by encircling the building with its city meaning as opposed to its rural dollar meaning. Or you might say Monsanto takes the place of town, having found a way to charge interest on capital it never had, never even had to borrow. Seed money, so to speak, growing from nothing to feed the world, somewhat less bucolic than Agnus Dei days, at least here in America, and it wasn't that long ago. I was in the Italian Tyrol up the hill from Ezra Pound's castle. We were taking the funicular to the restaurant at the top, and just as we were pulling into the station, saw in the almost vertical pin beside us a little lamb who looked up and baaed as we passed, and we said how quaintly European, without it occurring to our quaint American consciousness till we got inside and looked at the menu, that she was it. Reified, fetishized object of market forces, listed at market price, fluctuations being too volatile apparently to allow the number to be committed to print. A ghostly thing like the ownership of the grain that fed her and her mom, for ownership grows increasingly abstract as the Capitol dome gets more and more often misspelled. And we paid for her abstractly with a card, never noting the actual price, just up the hill from where the author of With Usura came to lay his head, still hard in those days, on the cold castle stone, after his daughter Mary bailed him out of St. Elizabeth's, before the author of Kaddish made his pilgrimage and the hard head softened, pulled down its vanity a bit before sighing its last. Now, as certain as he had been of his place among European capitals, that it had all been a botch, which of course it was. And I keep looking for similar conversion in my current fascist object of inquiry, i.e. Augustine, who likewise had a pretty line or two, but was way more comfortable spitting simultas than caritas, or indeed the current Benito wannabe getting Botoxed in Mar-a-Lago, de facto capital of capitalism, lavish museum to its schmaltz, but see no signs of conversion, unless in the language of capital we mean by conversion theft. In either, in which clever referential fashion Augustine proves himself correct that the city of capital will always surround the capital, and though the city of God may hang on its wall, there will be a price tag on it. Dear Mr. Lavender, here's my update, re City of God. Thank you for your patience. First of all, thank you for trusting me with this assignment to annotate the poem. Respectfully, my conscience won't allow me to undertake it, because within your very interesting writing style you seem to be reflecting that January 6th was an insurrection, and also that President Trump instigated it. I strongly disagree with this idea. I try to get as close as possible to truths and facts by not simply accepting the current government's pronouncements, and instead by researching those and other sides to the story through the best well-sourced and responsible writings I can find. I feel like I am then protecting the freedom of my own mind as well as defending America's hard-won freedoms in a way that brings some real clarity to a lot of fog. If you are interested in pursuing this kind of fog clearing, here are some suggestions, and there are others. Review articles in the archives of Revolver.news, The National Pulse, The Gateway Pundit, American Mind, HumanEvents.com. Again, thank you for the opportunities you've given me, and my very best wishes to you. Sincerely, American. Marrakesh, 2008. Marrakesh, Amour in Accouche, ancient Berber name slurred through centuries. Some say it means blood-red earth, some say city of God. The Kerber rises from a basket in Jamal Fana. Filigreed fingers reach out for tips. Stench of burning hair from the tanneries. A side of beef draped on a moped. Imams sing to each other tower to tower like cicadas here in the spring. But the old ogress of the folk tales still whispers charms in the alleys. Outside the Medina, half a dozen soldiers in pressed khakis examine a blueprint spread on the hood of a Jeep. And across 100 meters of barren red desert, the new city sparkles like a mirage. Disco balls and sequin gowns, pina coladas and bikinis poolside, cold beer and hashish, air conditioning, camel rides for the kids, easy airport access. Granada, for example, which was once ruled from here, only a 2-hour flight. Dear St. Augustine, last night I dreamed my dick was huge, like Lieber's, hard as rock, standing above me like a totem. I'm fascinated with its touch and cannot leave it alone, but just as I'm about to come, someone walks into the room and I try to cover it up. I can't, of course. All I can do is hug it to my breast, and she pretends not to notice as I furiously blush. In 1970, on campus at University of Arkansas, I ran into a high school buddy I hadn't seen for a while, and we sat down for coffee in the Commons. Had I accepted Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, I had to shake my head, and so with sad expression, he pulled a napkin from the chrome dispenser and drew on it with his big pen 2 cliffs with a gulf between them, such as Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner might jump in the course of their famous perambulations. A span the Roadrunner could easily clear, but which would send the Coyote, after a dramatic moment of suspension, to the distant floor below. And these 2 cliffs my old pal labeled God and Man. And to complete the rebus, he drew a sideways cross spanning between them, and the cross he labeled Jesus, explaining that Christ is the mediator, the bridge from man to God because of the cross. And I said, well, the cross really isn't that good a bridge, is it? Because of that cross member sticking up. Do we have to jump over that? And it's a good thing they didn't hang him, or we'd have to walk a tightrope. And he said I shouldn't take the symbols so literally. Had he read Augustine on the literal and the figurative? Likewise, Augustine names the bridge the God-man, for it is as man that he is the mediator and the way, the only way that is infallibly secured. Christ's victory over sin and death, as certain as the Roadrunner to make the leap. Vacation, July 2022. At Liberty University, Lynchburg, Virginia, the mission is to train champions for Christ, with courses in the scripture, which is called canonical, as well as Augustine himself, and certainly not in the rites of Lieber, though Jerry's Falwell did exercise some rights for example, Junior in the front pew cheering Becky, getting her nut atop the hired libertarian dong, taking liberties with ladies and the language too, until the breaching exceeded the preaching, and the heir flumped up his hair and retired to focus on the truncated pain.
Just get that.
July 12, 2022. The Webb Space Telescope sees back in time before Christ, before Trump even, before giants walked the land, peeking over the cosmic cliff, while we vacation at Chilawi Campground. 20 years ago, we hiked one day 20 miles in the Pyrenees, but today I'm wheezing and sweating in my hiking boots while youth pass us in shower shoes. And back at the camp, sucking down beer and aspirin under the trees, under the marvelous blue sky, and a deer, a doe, comes to stand in the bathhouse door, chewing its cud. Citizens practice city zen, trafficking language under the I-10. Sojourner, nomad, washing in a plastic bin outside the tent as day begins. Scripture that predates writing, authority that predates authors, rapine that predates predation. The city is neither future nor past, ever and never present. August 2022. Rites of late summer enacted by the Select Committee, raving in the incurable madness of impiety. QAnon shaman turning coat on the stand, better part of valor after a taste of actual jail. High tea mid-afternoon while the populace heads to McDonald's. Tucker Carlson in the earbuds. What we see in the city is the gulf between the we and the sea, the braille and the sidewalk. Eternal knowledge of eternal time. The language sets its own clock, as easily eternal as anything else. There can be no time without a creature to perceive it, and no creation without a time of creating. But who created that first alarm? For the knowledge of the creature is, in comparison of the knowledge of the creator, but a twilight, he notes, foreshadowing Darrow's argument in the Scopes trial, where creatures argued creators upon infallible scripture in Dayton, Tennessee, July 1925, an eternity ago, yet a time brought crisply into focus by even our crude optics. Twilight of the idols, someone said, and yet, in theaters, we applaud that lazy seventh day when God's rest signifies the rest of those who rest in God, i.e. those who can rest, period, and the rest of us rest with the oxen. Angels, having never been expatriated, need neither creation nor cremation, but every other creature must have its day, its history, its provenance, and its ending. The Trinity. A cup may lose its liquor, a body may lose its color, he says, but the Trinity has nothing to lose. An air may lose its light or heat, a mind may lose its wisdom, but the Trinity cannot be divided into what it is and what it has. 3 points in 3 segments make this simplest stable structure, which braces the roof over the ass and the walls around the child. It keeps the hay dry and the child king. Those whose aches and infirmities cause them to grow impatient for the incorruptible body promised to the saints in the resurrection may take comfort in the Trinity. And Augustine adds this Eleatic caveat to former friends, the Manichaeans. This world could not be known unless it existed. A conundrum. Why did some angels, suffused as they were with perfect blessedness and eternal life, choose instead to follow the path of darkness and death that is the city? Because by then, despite what everyone says, they had already fallen into language. I wonder if those first men in paradise felt as beat up after that first day as I do after day one digging in the garden, or if, like movie stars or superheroes, they could till forever and never get tired and never glance over their shoulder at the crows on the fence waiting for the next seed to fall. To be delivered from all dubiety, to eternally abide in the same enjoyment, the proud jouissance of immortality, eternal return, the coming, eternal coming, private pleasure too intense for certain angels who fall into the crowd, into the conflagration that is the city. The devil's guttural tongue resists rhetorical analysis. His glossolalia understanding undercuts the human, gasping for gods in the gutter. The exorbitant elliptical orbit represented for simplicity's sake as a circle, Augustine's shakily drawn areola in the blur of the lachrymose beholder's eye, while the camera obscura records a crooked finger wiggling an ominous come here to those first investors in the colonial slave trade. More is often given for a horse than for a slave, for a jewel than for a maid. A brief lesson in economics, inflation in the natural order, forces of supply and desire, for don't men, cattle, and swine put themselves on the auction block all the time? Neither nature nor nurture foretells this future in which the orchestra plays Mozart as its audience sinks. God, with its excellent eye, setting world in aesthetic balance, for every dishonor, honor, for every evil report, rosy readings, for every rich, 1,000 poor, for every unknown, 100 unquestioned certainties, for every deception, a guiding light, for every Peter, a Paul, as it were, an exquisite poem set off with antitheses. Obscurity is beneficial, especially with the grosse Lüge on the line. Light is good, darkness bad, unless you're nursing a hangover, and who isn't? What else is to be understood by that invariable refrain, and God saw that it was good, but the architect signing off, disinterested analysis of structure and finish, rigidity of beams, trueness of corners, triangulation, impermeability of roof, resistance to wind. Architect, builder, ruler, dreamer, and visionary, you who lay the bricks and you who formed them, when you are gone, the city will not notice. Of what you thought you created, you were no more than an eye among others, sensory node at the end of a tentacle, swaying in the current, flowing over a reef. The body is in a dress, a cell in the house of correction, fleshy prison where essential being is detained. City rising out of protoplasmic swamp, tracks of commerce like the trails of amphibians through water hyacinth, tails dragging in the mud on the shore. What visions I have in the rising vapor. How naturally the rational evolves into the moral, the natural eye atop the tetrahedron rotating above the fog. For how can he be happy if he is nothing? Asked the original scholar and master rhetor, leaving that third term of the enthymeme unspoken. To be happy, then be something. Augustine further affirms, the very fact of existing is by some natural spell so pleasant that even the wretched are, for no other reason, unwilling to perish. Even the slave under the whip, even the soldier moaning on the field, even the prisoner in an iron cage, even the wife manacled to a brute, even the mother watching her child starve, even the child chained in a factory, even these prefer existing to its alternative. So benevolent is creation, so sublime the city. Do we love love, or merely its footprints? Do we speak of a city, or does the city speak for us? And those who were never apostate, who never wavered, never questioned their order, does the city speak for them? I, apostate, unlikely Christ, working in a city, and beheld the Holy Trinity, boss man, worker, secretary. In my heyday, I slept with the secretary, procured for the boss, drank with the worker, left nothing to imagination, and yet the image stood before me. The waif, the amputee, the addict, the beggar, man-woman leaning on its stick. 6 is a perfect number because 2 crutches plus 1 leg plus the Holy Trinity equal it. Aliquot like any other human, city of cells and organs. I'm 71 today, a prime, within but not a factor in this perfect city. A woman waves to me from her walker. Can I look at something? She lives in a 2-story walk-up, chairlift monopolizing the stair. Her fridge has gone out and she needs to get a new one to the 2nd floor, and Sears won't do it. She's 89, she tells me. Maybe a small crane or a cherry picker could get it to the 2nd floor casement. It will be costly, she knows, but she saved because the old fridge was covered under the extended warranty. So she figures she can afford the cost, within reason, of course. Her name is Sue. The tent cities under the interstate stabilize. Generators appear, air conditioners, motor scooters. I see the one-armed woman several blocks from her appointed corner, puffing down Bank Street, unlit cigarette still protruding. The creation is presented in sum, and then its parts are enumerated. The head is the seat of the phlegm, thinks the city in the depths of its Jiri and Sulci, chthonic folds where the divine light of reason imagines itself. If only Alari could finish the job and not settled for a few crates of jewels and some quick pussy. Had he gone ahead and overwritten the scrolls, burned the libraries in those haunted cloisters, what millennia of spiritual angst and prison architecture he could have saved us. Imagine the golden tower that might have been erected in place of the courthouse. Inscription in, well, God knows, not Latin. A scientific analysis of the behavior of angels reveals that half do as they please and half as pleases me. Which half is falling into darkness and which into shining light remains to be seen. No nature is contrary save that which does not exist. So that would be me, the most contrary of folk, with about as much Ascentia as a feather floating down from a hawk-ruined nest. Nothing but a disturbance in the air where something invisible just passed by. Augustine claims nature is always good and vice, resistance to nature, always evil. His sole responsibility to be true to his own desire. It is ridiculous to condemn the faults of beasts and trees, and indeed of Augustine, who snarls and bites just as sharply, whose sap rises just as surely, rough bark and dried out leaves, mangy fur and leg hiked up, all those failings which were bleached away when Plato said tree and dog. It does assist a philosopher to have a nice garden and clever gardeners to tend it. That which was made of nothing. Man-woman, for example, which created itself from nothing, nothing from nothing, language of nothings, sweet nothings of the language sweet. For the city is not the buildings, but the voids between them. Not the people, but the voids between them. Not the words, but the spaces between. The beggar reaches through my window into the void. The lawyer opens a book into the void. The coroner opens a case. Not the words, but the space between. For the city is most efficient when most deficient, most effective when most defective. It is actually not what it factually is. As we see darkness, as we hear silence, we live in the city. Essentially then, the city is made of nothing. Nothing drives the cranes, nothing pours the concrete. It isn't that it's evil and has emptied out. It isn't that anyone has defected to fields of golden daffodils, but that a defeat can be thought a field imagined. For the city is a field of thought and image. Certain structures collapse, certain structures are shored up. It's like a metaverse that keeps happening when you take off the headset. And anything goes. Darth Vader wins. Luke actually gets to fuck his sister. Anyone who thinks the city is as old as it seems was born yesterday and born across into the language. There may be planets galore, numberless contingencies, effects that render the most rigorous observations suspect. Still we insist on a sky of pure cyan, a horizon of pink flame. How could anyone so young conceive an existence beyond yesterday? It's tough to conceive a history when you personally have none. Or then, again, maybe the younger the better, the more gullible the better. prove the path is straight and narrow is a circuitous journey. It's difficult for us who imagine the earth as an ancient mother and God as a wise old man to conceive that it was all created yesterday. Yet scripture from Moses to Foucault conclusively proves this is the case. For God created time, it was and will be difficult to imagine before and after. And were there little angels running around back then? Or was the playground empty but for the slides and swings? And maybe a poor, lost, confused little rat terrier searching for its vanished Lord and Master. And when exactly did God create eternity? Before the first, there were none at all, nor after. Emptiness co-eternal with the sempiternal, semi-eternal man-woman, lost in its language, in the trance of its drumbeat. The very hairs of your head are numbered, says Christ, channeling Jeremy Bentham. Grace in the panopticon, sweet assurance of eternal surveillance. Jules. She walks in gutter punk regalia, dirt tan dimming the tattoos, rings in ears, nose, mouth, calf-high boots painstakingly laced, and a possum, teeth bared, riding on her shoulder. An odor, pungent and comforting as a stable, hangs in the air when she passes under the sagging oaks and balconies of the ancient city. Augustine and Nietzsche square off on the notion of periodic revolution. They obviously didn't know COVID. One crying sacrilege, the other pumping his fist saying, yeah, let's sack religion once and for all. Then someone changes the subject, a world shifts its focus, and they go on arguing inside their jar. God made the single man and then reached in and jerked out a rib and started licking it. Whoa, man, God said, this is yum. So we all have the same granddad, all descended from that same bone. That's why we all love each other so much. COVID returns. This morning, again, that feeling of broken glass in the throat, shaking with fever so bad I can't open the ibuprofen. How Parkinson's must feel. I saw it coming when I bought a ticket to the poetry festival in Santiago. Ill-fated pilgrimage. Was God, who made us in his own image, also racked with fever, with that broken glass in his throat? Is that what made it so hard to speak? In the beginning was the broken glass tearing God's throat, the broken image. In days, citizens stroll elbows linked, pointless tranquility of the lockstep mind, skirting the voids until they wake in the gutter and head to the cathedral for a fix. Which came first, the chicken or eternity? God or God's delirium? The mother who was a fetus now carries a fetus. The old man who could not rest, now confined to his bed. That body, which is not itself constructed, negotiates with God for renovation, an upgrade. And God's got just the thing. The body is housing for the wayward soul. cities, cell blocks, subdivisions, wards, and precincts, some for rent, some ripe for squatting. That single man, Adam, silhouette in the setting sun like the closing credits of Road Warrior, womanless and ribless, solitary, muscular, figurine inside the monk's hood, muttering to himself, absorbed in naming. Images of prison, of the carceral body, prefigure the notion that death is penal. We're locked inside the body like the badass in Solitary. Guards and trustees pass by and fuck with you all day long. Madam, I'm Adam, man-woman created in rhetorical flourish in its own mirror image. Abel was Elba also, conquerors brought low by rising inflection. Everyone knows about the death of the body when the soul leaves the animal carcass behind and trails toward eternity. But we seldom speak of that second death, which for Christians occurs when, after death, the corporeal resurrection they banked their eternal souls on doesn't happen, and they die in their sleep. He suffered in his members the warring of disobedient lust, remarks the saint on that first man, who thus infected Eve, who passed it on like syphilis to the unsuspecting unborn, who then had to be remanded to the house of correction, i.e. the body, until such time as the triumvirate passed sentence in their laborious syntax, sending sinners into the furnace and good boys and girls to an eternal bouncy castle. Is this free, she says, of my 5-spot as she grabs it through the window, unlit cigarette still dangling from her lips. What do you mean, I say? Free money, she says. It's Thanksgiving season, recently turned cold, and she has on a nice new jacket of white fleece, empty sleeve tucked into a pocket concealing the missing arm. She doesn't mention Jesus today. What the law is to the criminal, death is to the saint. For as the wicked live poorly, the good die well. When the COVID finally lifts, it leaves behind a guilty residue in the soul that mirrors the green snot in the body. Through what omission comes this emission? Neither through kissing nor pissing have I sullied myself, nor through indiscretion of the hands, which leaves only language to blame. My over-attention, my leaning as my hearing wanes into the viral mist that goes before the impassioned words of prophets and singers. My politeness in the face of the raving drunk, my reluctance to shirk the rancid breath of a friend. Likewise, nations infect each other, speaking. What makes me wonder if even gods, so famously wed to the word, are immune. FIFA World Cup in Qatar. Muhammad, on the other hand, prescribes language through the mask, which filters 95% of talk about slave camps and the proleptic houris, i.e. whores, that service the better hotel rooms. Thus, the FIFA Prez, who moved there, can enjoy from his penthouse the stunning view of the man-made islands and deliciously guilty pre-game pleasures with no fear of discovery. Augustine's saints may be spared the second death, but the New Orleans saints seem to merit one every game. In fulfillment of the prophecy, fans dress up in Pope gear and gyrate and pray, but it does no good. No one, nothing intercedes. Should we be calling the living living when they are in fact dying, and the dying dying when they are yet living? Why, pray Adam, are we calling anything anything? Why are we calling and calling? Seneca cynically trudged toward death and got there as sure as any saint. He covered a lot of ground and papyrus along the way that followers still follow to this day. Let us then speak in the customary way. No man ought to speak otherwise. For death, strictly declined, whether noun, verb, gerund, or participle, is just death, as we customarily say. Everybody wants to get to heaven, but nobody wants to die, carpenters say, citing Augustine, at least in spirit, inspiring the crew to the demands of capital. For just as living is dying and everything is nothing, no one is anyone without quotation. Membership. From the Proto-Indo-European mems ro, from mems flesh, meat, Sanskrit mamsam, flesh, Greek meninx, membrane, meros, thigh, Gothic mems, flesh. In common use, one of the limbs or extremities, especially the sex organ, Latin membrum virile, originally of women as well as men. A Christian, a member of the church, the body of Christ. Fig leaf as first figuration, disavowal, displacement by which they experienced a new motion of their flesh. Adam's hard-on beating the bush, leaves trembling. Embrace your vice is Lacan's advice. Vitiate your member, Augustine's. See if you can coax from your corrupt root that second death, which is the second coming. For the author of nature's created man upright, of his own will corrupted and justly condemned. 25 November 2022, Black Friday. These overcast days, neither hot nor cold, sunless but dry, with a slight electric charge in the air, remind me of home, that study in brown and gray that was my youth. Home it was, every morning the wind lifting the curtain on the same drab walls, yet always with the feeling I'd soon be packing up and leaving for home, some other home, someplace I had never been but was more home than this. Now, half a century into the new, still anticipating like I might be heading back most any day now, drifting off every night thinking tomorrow might be the one. Ah, you poor deluded fucks who, like Plato, still believes separation of body and soul is not penal. The shadow life you lead is of your own choosing. The earth, which is the central member of a greater creature, world as God's phallus, every color, every shape, every room, every window, every sensation, being as coming, every sidewalk, every flower, every bright spring day. Why are you still here in this corner of a city most have forgotten? I'm dreaming you dreams for you. Why do you still stand in mute defiance? What is there to oppose? I'm seeing your world for you. What do you want? Do you beg only for something to beg for? I'm living your life for you. Parasite, I'll drink this poison to be rid of you. Should I regret that my life has afforded me insufficient pleasure in the past, or dread that there will be even less going forward? Nostalgia for the life I didn't live as well as for the one I did. Paradox of time and sensation. For the first couple had neither time nor sensation, even as good looking as they surely were, but lusted only after knowledge. Later, literate but spent, they smoked cigarettes in the afterglow, did the crossword puzzle, imagined a city someone might someday conceive, and its sojourn across the earth. Thus, paradise is the church, the four rivers, the four gospels, the fruit trees, the saints, the tree of life is the holy of holies, Christ, the tree of knowledge, the free will's choice. Everything is something else, circular, language woven into itself, seamless like a shroud. The bodies of the righteous, such as they shall be in the resurrection, will resemble the bodies of rich people, in that they will eat not to stave off hunger, but merely to be social with their less well-heeled, merely human friends. Augustine is silent, however, on the matter of defecation. Will the angels also engage in mystical shitting, sitting with us in the next stall and making poot noises on their arm, just so we feel at home? There's much to be said in the interest of scientific clarification of the animal body versus the spiritual body, and the subtle differences between spirit and soul, and earth and flesh. Most especially when, insensate, the earthly meat rejoins its medium in whatever state of disrepair, while the spiritual body heads off to a banquet at God's right hand. Whether we understand breathing as the intaking of the holy breath or the outblowing of colorful spirits, whether it is aspiration or inspiration, inflation of the soul or deflation of the spirit, how CO2 and tobacco fit into God's plan remains as mysterious as the concupiscence of the unruly members of our first parents, whose means and methods we must now examine. Sunday morning, vape pen on this clear December day, pain-free, randy but lazy, lazy and broken, obits and word games, and last night's regret.
Skylar.
This wound I don't remember receiving. Was it in the garden or in the city? Will discovering the origin heal it, or is that only a habit of speaking? As a child, I ran naked in the Edenic woods, basking in shame like a dog rolling in the leaves, smoking among the leaves. Speaking is a habit compared to which smoking is child's play. We say, by the grace of God, meaning sheer luck, narrowest chance, by the grace of nothing. Nothing sent into Adam the second death. Nothing cast them out of the garden. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was nothing. A styrofoam cup appears in my window while I'm stopped at the light at Claiborne and Esplanade. At first it seems to levitate. Then I notice the stick it is impaled upon. A crepe myrtle branch growing from the hand of an old man seated in his walker on the curb. When he catches my eye, he bounces the limb enticingly, but the light changes and I drive on. father of lies has many children, like that poor dad in the tent city under the freeway. God's truth, says Paul the Pole to the Romans 3:7, speaks through my lie. Thus the apostle prefigures his descendants who accidentally confess their own sins and their accusations of others. Trump blowing the whistle on fraudulent elections, for example, or Augustine on erections. My grandson tears apart his safety razor and cuts himself as his uncle used to. Track of incisions, stair steps down the arm. What original sin, what guilty infection transmitted through father after father fathered this, our misshapen identity. Quiet in the house, the day spent lounging, long night of counseling and stitches recompensed by suspension of work and school. Local news muted on the flickering TV, strip of white gauze showing at his wrist, just below the gray flannel cuff. Of the human will, the evil live by vice, he says, volition of consent and not by nature, while volition of aversion makes desire vile, volition of joy inspires the will to death, volition of fear the turning away from that which is too horrible to face, volition of sorrow when that which was greatly feared comes to pass. Love evolves, apparently, involuntary submission, waxes then wanes with the language, diligent, amorous, charitable. Augustine takes pains, having aged past caring perhaps, to strike through difference, to level love to a universal synonymy, a beginning word, and in this way truly does anticipate the hippies. So maybe Dylan's sappy version in a sappy way got it right. These precise properties of language give way to equivalent appropriations in the soul, itself conjured in the matrix of meanings. Language feeling the force of the will it created. They grieve because they themselves groan within themselves, waiting for the adoption, the redemption of their body. Today, I happened to pass by the old house and saw your dead name and your sister's name written in the concrete sidewalk. I guess you were out there, or your parents were, when the city poured it. Perturbations of the past, both the memory and the forgetting, are homage. Rather a verbal than a real dispute, says Augustine, as if the name might settle into the soul's state, fluid gradually turning to stone. If we were blessed from the beginning, how describe the longing for bliss here in the transitory world, unless the longing were the blessing, the bliss the wishing? What the city announces from every pothole and manhole, from every concrete truck pouring its liquid into the form. He chose the serpent as his mouthpiece because the winding and twisting of its body resembled language. He chose the tree to be entwined in because it reminded him of the crooked streets of the Medina. And he chose the woman to tempt because he was so tempted. On January 2nd, we walked the tent city with cabbage and black-eyed peas, handing out plates. A circle of men sitting on broken chairs and buckets in a hollow in the garbage. What you can't see driving by, the smell of piss and delicacies of attitude. Haughty. The crappy chocolate muffins someone picked up at the grocery or on their way over are far more popular than the home-cooked veggies taken without a word. It is useful, Augustine says, for the proud to fall into an open and indisputable transgression, and so displease themselves as already by pleasing themselves they had fallen. Is it gravity that draws this ink through the quill, or only the vacuum of the empty page? Or is there a river of ink it wants to flow into? Spontaneous figures working without a net, without the solace of erasure. Words wrap around the body of Christ, a soft blanket. I am proud to have been with you, my second person, the one I cannot not name, sacred symbol you, sacral one I sin with. As when one breaks a pen or crushes a quill that writes badly. The house inherited was allowed to deteriorate. Holes in the roof allayed with buckets or with nothing. Blankets on the floor or nothing. Dan had caught a whiff of something dead in the backyard a few days ago, but the crowd of cops and coroner's helpers that showed up with blue lights flashing today caught him unawares. One young man, interviewed on Channel 6, stopped just a few days ago on his way to the store and talked to Mr. Alonzo on his front porch. And then, on the way back, stopped and talked for a few minutes more. Augustine laments, or perhaps confesses, that the phallus cannot be actuated by volition in the same way as other members, but rises of its own accord in disregard or even despite of the will of its owner. And with this sentiment I can agree, for as the bishop wishes he could will the unruly member to gentle servitude, I lament it so reluctant to sin. You know those dreams where you're going to the store or walking into a classroom or standing up to give a poetry reading and suddenly realize you're naked? That's how it must have been for our first parents when they woke and set to sewing fig leaves, all thumbs, nervous gymnosophists. January 7th, 2023. Lust requires for its consummation darkness and secrecy. Like Kevin McCarthy in the back alley before the 15th vote, where no doubt a bit of metaphysical fellatio did come into play. For to love power is to love oneself alone in the dark. I see the one-armed beggar walking back to Canal Street from behind the cemetery on Banks. She stomps, waving her one arm and rotating the stump, mouth moving in an angry soliloquy. As I pass by, she points the nub at me like some kind of gun, then leans her head, sticks out her tongue, and licks it. Diogenes the Cynic, or canine, copulated with his wife in public, indeed like a dog, though Augustine believes this was only a pretense of copulation. Like modern porn stars, the cheery couple merely mimed desire for the audience. For the desire is for the audience. Why they mimed, why mimes mime. They understand by the earth the body, which my grandson plows with their razor, planting a pronoun to harvest a name. Two sexes manifestly distinct, argues the saint. When I was 10, my cousin taught me the distinction between male and female bolt threads, and blushed when he said it, covering with a snicker. Fashionista versus piss-smelling derelict, gourmet versus dumpster diver, chauffeur-driven versus bicycle trailer. The city is heir to this shame. We command our bodily members as children, but the vicious parts must be treated as slaves. If the city treats its members as the body its, then these beggars and addicts are the genitalia to be fondled and flogged until they yield up their pleasure to the social body, and the city comes. Lying filth in the capital, Santos, for example, lie in the filth of their infrastructures, sleep under the bridges they appropriate. The field of generation should have been sowed by the organ created for this purpose. For we move at will not only those members which are furnished with joints of solid bone, as the hands, feet, and fingers, but we move also at will those which are composed of slack and soft nerves. We can put them in motion, or stretch them out, or bend and twist them, or contract and stiffen them. Politics, democracy begins in the body. Democracy among the members, outward and inward flow, ebb which brings forth language. He wishes to live, he is compelled to die. And this applies as well to the one who compels. Self-command overflows the body, seeps into the city, wicking up the skyscrapers floor by floor. Modesty shuts my mouth, although my mind conceives the matter clearly. Dodds himself might have said this as he leaves untranslated the passage in which Augustine describes the physiognomy of our first father, who was able to insert his member without ardor inside the first mother and inject the reproductive force without disrupting the hymen. Perhaps the added friction even enhanced the experience as the English flows around this page of virginal Latin. That certain knowledge be forgot, and we, again as before the fall, know without knowing, act without acting. Here where identities end, or trailing end of an identity, poet on the verge of a death more final than deaths that have gone before, a second death, or even a third. Our creation which challenges us to a duel. I pass beneath the cypress trees, I lie down in the field, I talk like the crows talk, the slightest touch bruises me. Two cities have been formed by two loves, both amour, amour sweet, amour dei, not delicier, not caritas, love of being, love of non-being. Crowd of stars spreading across this rhetorical universe. Mardi Gras 2023. China sends up a celebratory balloon which Biden gaily pops with a pin. Earth moves. God seems restless. Cities which war has not yet toppled fall in upon themselves. citizens piled among the rubble. Fat Tuesday approaches, last theoretical blast of debauchery before the atonement of Lent. Blue lights flashing at the tent city under the freeway. Make way for the parades. Make way for paradise. These we also mystically call the two cities. Network of antitheses, propensities that almost cancel, and the one victorious is the one appearing to lose. Until the polarities collapse and we are grafted onto Christ. Jerusalem foreshadows the possibility of a city, one part slummy, populated by bond women, one part golden, decorated by bourgeois wives. Sarah, the free woman who prefigured the free city, indeed gave birth to it like Isaac, sends the concubine's bastard packing an appalling parable that illustrates beautiful Paul's problem with parables, as both the vessel of wrath and the vessel of mercy spill their libations in the end. Of tribes wandering the desert is the city born, old clan divisions, blood feuds and cousins' marriage, concretized in these walls and alleys. Perambulations of law, codes of conduct, ownership in the abstract, or just the jus imperium of the Scorpion Squad. Illicit loves spawning explicit murders. The obvious solidarity, never the true one. Sex after the promenade on Mardi Gras Day, walking the dog in the quiet evening. The city I am in seems as far away as the faint noise of the conflagration still raging in the quarter. The dog sniffs and licks at the corners and crevices of my city, my hometown. Romulus slew Remus as Cain Abel so that each could claim to have founded a city, one earthly, the other more so. The carnal lusts of two men lie in this dust. Let not the sun go down upon your wrath. Augustine quotes Paul ostensibly addressing Heraclitus. A tall order if you live in Donbass or Syria or Uvalde or most any place really, as Putin slips on his fur coat, sable, exquisite, for a winter no sun will set upon. So God had words with Cain in that easy conversational tone he used with the first fam. But this little chat needs laborious interpretation, for these idle remarks contain, albeit in obscure form, the first documentations of that city of junkies and slumlords Cain founded, like mahogany, in spite when God snubbed his offering. Of the turning, conversio in Dodd's view, no doubt a casualty of the Septuagint scandal, since the Hebrew appears to render desire, Augustine provides an exhaustive analysis that does not mention a change in seasons. It seems unlikely that Cain would build a city where there were only 4 people, and soon to be 3, on the planet to inhabit it. Perhaps Cain, as well as Augustine, shored up his language with conjecture, puppets in effigies, and silhouettes in the windows. Augustine, Homer, and Pliny all lament that the human race seems to be growing smaller in stature and shorter in lifespan as the centuries pass. Adam Enoch, Methuselah, all lived hundreds of years, and those huge bones and that great tooth Augustine saw on the shore at Utica reveal that the ancients were giants compared to us. And how history has borne out the poet's concern, as today we seem to have shrunk to tiny ants crawling around an apple and live but a day. Enoch, translated without death, apparently got into heaven without having to die. There also appear discrepancies in calculation. Did Adam beget Seth at age 230 or 130? Did he live 700 or 800 years longer? Between the Hebrew originals and our manuscripts, which point to the fallibility, as all things human, of translation, which dodged those little to allay. Which leads me to wonder if that Enoch who appeared in paradise was precisely the same Enoch who sired Methuselah on earth, or if some nuance or idiomatic subtlety of a real, live, historical figure might have been lost in the process. And those of us who did not please God and will be translated in the normal, moldering way, what will signify or imply in that foreign tongue of paradise? It is not credible that the 70 translators who simultaneously and unanimously produced one rendering could have erred, or, in a case in which no interest of theirs was involved, could have falsified their translation, but that the Jews, envying us our translation of their laws and prophets, have made alterations in their texts to undermine the authority of ours. And perhaps the Catholics, envying us English, our translation of Augustine, changed the Latin to likewise discredit Dodd's conversion of conversio. At 3 a.m. in this city of anxious dreams, a muscle spasm in my neck makes me yelp like a puppy and wake myself, and I lie in the dark as faces from the past file by, searching for their names. It is likely we owe our confusion neither to the malice of the Jews nor to men so diligent and prudent as the 70 translators, but to the error of the copyist. Perhaps even to Augustine's own amanuensis, and how many scribes, how many translators since. For his 600th birthday, God gave Noah his flood and a promise he'd make the Latin translators pay closer attention to the Hebrew in the future and be more careful with their math besides. And after 2 short millennia, he'd give us Google Translate in the atomic clock and autocorrect, which virtually eliminates transcription errors in the celestial city. Is it conceivable that any red-blooded, healthy male with an earnest desire to populate a city with his progeny and attended by faithful wives and concubines could live a century or more without impregnating 1 or 2 along the way? The answer to this textual mystery is simply that only sons of royal lineage are worthy of mention, the good book having not time to record every bastard son, every fallen daughter spawned by the patriarch. The sexual intercourse of man and woman is, in the case of mortals, a seedbed of the city. That city which sojourns from the bridal bower to the whore's corner in its midnight crawl. The etymology of Adam is a gender reveal without ultrasound, an answer for which no question was posed. Atom splits by meiosis into twin cities, one with an unspoken dead name, one unnamed for all eternity. And these cities sojourn across the earth, from Rome to Annaba, from the Boot to the Capere, from the Horn to Good Hope, to Gibraltar, to Kharkiv, to Santa Cruz. The dog and I walking in the woods at City Park, leaves crackle under my boots like insects on a slab, typing with two thumbs on a smartphone, this ode to dying in a dying art. But this is that man who was translated. I try to focus on the phallus, but my gaze wanders from the page, seeks out the dream someone next door is having. In dreams, we are indiscreet like this, but in bodies defined by a membrane, the skin, God's condom, the touch without touching. The pedigree of Christ, and to what terminus? Cascade of generations from Christ member, the interminable succession. When I was in grade school, the pastor once based his sermon on the long chain of begats. Afterwards, my father complained the idiot had talked for a solid hour about absolutely nothing. Scripture begins to reckon the times. Jus imperium inherits the word. The right of writing goes without saying, while the right of writing is a movement of the lips. Like prayer, like telling the rosary, slave merchants and clerics, those who keep the records. So the sons of God were tempted, and sorely, by the daughters of men, and wived them noisily. It sounded like two cities crashing together while sojourning across the earth. And they fell in love, but they didn't fall in love with love. They begat sons and they begat daughters, and their sons and their daughters didn't fall in love with love either. They fell in love with war. It sounded like two cities crashing together. When a breeze blows across the body of a woman, fauns and angels contemplate spawning a race of giants. But the angel is only a messenger, and its sperm only the ink on a missive. One day the love child outgrows its mother's house. One day it leaves footprints cars could fall into. Beginning of April 2023. Outside Greenwood Cemetery, beneath the bronze stag that tops the Elks Lodge mausoleum, the one-armed beggar leans against the iron fence in a new spring dress, cigarette dangling, cardboard sign tucked illegibly under the stump. Behind her, the Confederate monument, 600 bodies beneath the mound, they say. The Gothic cupola of the Firemen's Association and the more efficient Doric crypt dedicated to the Fraternal Order of Police. Down on Claiborne, they're scooping up tents and belongings. Shirtless men argue with the front-end loader or simply watch. The lieutenant governor is proposing a fence painted with Mardi Gras floats to surround the encampment and installing a couple of portable toilets. Just as God pretends to be angry in the midst of his unchangeable tranquility, so that dull humans can understand his motive as he floods the world overtopping levees, swamping crypts, mansions, and tent cities alike. So Lieutenant Governor Nungesser puffs up his impatience with the unwashed rabble, when in reality he could give a shit about this stinking, sinking, last-ditch effort of a city. And just as the church represents two kinds of men, cut and uncut, the three stories of the ark stand for the three branches of government: executive, legislative, and extrajudicial, who cry out to FEMA when the levee gives way and three-chord blues comes to stay. I'm stopped at the red light and she comes to the window. Up close, the arm is more mangled than it appears from afar. Cords of scar tissue, tracks of whatever machine did it back then. She wears a black scarf over her hair like an ajib or simple habit. When I hand her $2, she says, "Thank you, I'm Sister Sarah. I'm Sister Jean. At night I have to wear a chastity belt because of the incest, because they tricked me and took my sons away. They told me he was a distant cousin, but it was actually incest and they took my sons away. I have two sons, 18 and 12. They tricked me, you see. They told me he was a distant cousin, so I have to wear a chastity belt. But now I'm going to trick them. I don't want any more sons. Pray for me." As I pull away, I catch in the mirror. As I pull away, I watch in the mirror as she crosses to a parked car, then takes a key from her pocket and opens it. Dave. These past days together in this house remind me that the city is based on everyone having a cell to go home to. A tribe has no cells, an island has no cells. Under the interstate, there are no cells. The bee has cells where it stores its nectar. The planting of the vine by Noah and his intoxication by its fruit and his nakedness while he slept, all of them are pregnant with prophetic meanings and veiled in mysteries. A text which has been translated directly to the city of God and saved the ignominy of death. Had Augustine's employer not hidden the Holy Script in the basement for that fateful millennium, writing surely would have a different aura today, which is to say, the city makes concrete from the dust of its ancestors. Shem and Japheth, Mr. Cut and Mr. Uncut, entered the room backwards so as not to have to see Daddy Noah's winky sticking up in his sleep. Their backs, says Augustine, signify the memory of things past. So we can forget the phallus by focusing on it, foreshadowing Frenchman Street and festival season, the real meaning of Justice's blindfold. So please pass the wine, blood of the vine, seed of the house of Israel. Let's get drunk and fuck. Upon this body politic, a severely infected sebaceous cyst, antibiotics suppressing voter fraud until surgery can be scheduled. Hydromorphone and fentanyl help the pained city sleep while the courts uphold the gerrymandered white count. As the tongue is the instrument of domination, the giant Nimrod slimed together a tower that looked exactly like his dick from a distance, and with honeyed words attempted to lure some houris to come lick it. But as he lay down, the lovely voices of Babylon turned to babble in his ear, and the sword leapt into his hand. Let's pretend, since he's already everywhere, God came down to confound our speech, gurgled mellifluously, and no one could remember what duck meant or line. The royal we plus me make three, and this holy trinity spoke to the angels on our behalf, so to speak, in 72, actually 73 languages, but kept it simple down south where we know several barbarous nations which have but one language. Who brought these beasts to the island after the flood? Did they emerge from the earth across vast seas and fuck like bunnies until things got going again? Ah, the many mysteries that arise when a language imagines itself. Monstrous tribes of monstrous men mixed in among the seraphim. What do we call Trump? What Tucker Carlson? What that one with the single leg shielding eyes from the sun with its foot? Hermaphrodites and hermaphrodituses make their way unwitting into a discourse on Siamese twins, hypertextual pickled punks, still descendants of Adam, descendants of Noah, survivors. A light mist blurs the morning on this day in late April 2023. Festival season around here at the bottom of the map. Seasons, decades go by sitting at red lights, glancing uncomfortably at the beggars on the curb. Everything I have been taught to desire, I no longer desire. Everything I have wished away, I now want to keep. Body fails, starts to fester, long before its reason ceases, and long before it loses its sense of smell. The only things to talk about are the words we talk about them with. What the slip, the the double back, the sigh, the sneeze, and the stutter mean. For the etymology of Babel is not Babel, though its history is. First father of figuration takes word and world quite literally, and what we call metaphors, God's misprision. In the deluge of superstition that floods the whole world, we have only this text for art. Midrash suggests scripture does not exist until it has been scripted. A ewe might carry water, for example, to slake a traveler's thirst. A V can hold flowers and be a shrine to honor our ancestors. Even the venom in the fangs of the S can be put to good use. Remember, too, that the Sargassum Islands sojourns off the shore of Florida, mystically influencing DeSantis to reinstall Augustinian orthodoxy in Sarasota. And the new prez at the new college says he'll unfund critical race theory and put those woke motherfuckers to sleep for good. Here, City of God meets City of an Other, with the broken husks washed up on shore. The stench follows you for miles down the beach. I was a country rube come to the city from the Arkansas woods, bee trees and whitewashed shacks. Name of my city, City of No God. I was already 75 when I moved here 205 years ago. Now my ears ring and my vision is poor, and I imagine leaving this city one day. I imagine wandering across a desert, or maybe across a sea, like the Sea of Galilee. On its shore is another city, the city of no man, with winding streets, stone stairways, and terraces the color of stars. Cleaning my fingernails in church beneath the drone of a church father, fantasies on the hard pews, church lady hiking up her dress to pee, pointillist vision through hammered glass, my signature in semen in the hymnal. Small discrepancies in Abraham's timetable needn't detract from infallible scriptures. Goatskin scrolls rolled and stowed and strapped onto an ass who carried it with that sad, resigned demeanor old donkeys seem to have all the way to New Orleans. Rome, as it were, another Babylon in the west, where the Tower of Latin aimed death rays at the vulgar till God made the World Trade Center and no one could understand anything anymore. Ah, precious text, my lovely soliloquy, how I love to fiddle with you. Your perfect, tightly woven fabric, like a sieve for knowing things, bindle of facts. Even a day like this, wasted in dumb euphoria, lying in the park, and the faint hum of a transformer will catch something. I lie in the grass among flowers and flax and leave an impression like a sleeping deer. Maybe a sensitive nose, like my dog's, will detect something living lay here. And the Pharaoh took Abram's sister wife Sarai to be his own lawfully wedded, but gave her back when he got too sick to enjoy. She remained chaste through the whole thing, or at least mystically so, as Augustine decisively proved in his Contra to Faustus the Manichaean, killing two birds to preserve one hymen. When Lot got rich enough, he needed to get away from the overbearing Uncle Abram, and besides feeling certain urges, threw his lot in with the Sodomites and headed across the Sahara with his concubines and camels, sort of like DeSantis today, struggling to get trumps of uncular dick out of his ass and start his own orgy in Iowa, with Casey behind him all the way, of course. That figure the Greeks call hyperbole, and Abraham's offspring, i.e. us, shall cover the earth like dust, God said, like the sand of the Sahara. If you count the grains of sand in the Sahara, you can count your heirs, is what God said. Slight exaggeration, perhaps, but God was making a point. I had thought she had left town. Haven't seen her in weeks until today, in a newish sundress, sign again tucked under the stump, face set in workaday concentration, cigarette still unlit. And I start to wonder as I drive to work this lazy day in late May, what it will be like for her in heaven. At the body's resurrection, will the arm return in jubilant homecoming, everyone hugging and dancing in the meadow? Certain now of God's love, she lifts her two arms in triumph, and then, just to show off, lights her cigarette in the wind. In the next vision, God told Abram his offspring would number as the stars, which raised Augustine's eyebrow since Abram was uncircumcised, and everyone agreed back in the day that even such a righteous guy as Abram couldn't get into heaven uncut. At God's further direction, Abram hacked up a heifer, a ram, and a she-goat, and sat down with a pigeon and a crow to enjoy them. But when the sun went down, he got the willies that the Amorites might be less than lovey-dovey for the next couple of thousand years, and begged St. Augustine to explain how it was God wasn't just being a dick here. And lo, Augustine dreamed up the concepts of symbol and synecdoche to cover for God's mendacity, and referred Abram to Rhinocorra, where they send liars to fester after their noses are chopped off, and one may cower in peace while the Israeli drones pass over. Augustine finds no wanton lust, no filthy lewdness in Sarai's delivery of her handmaid Hagar to her husband, as it was done for the sake of progeny seeking not guilty excess, but natural fruit. Though she did, morning after, figuratively speaking, send the little slut and her bastard son packing, for the cold, i.e. political light of day, lends to the rumpled bed a different hue than the wine glow of evening, just like it did for Augustine himself when he kicked his concubine to the curb such a long time ago. What was her name again? Failure of vision. I can no longer read from a book of standard text, much less a Bible. I order new glasses. I adjust the view on the oversized monitor so the letters are huge. Will I finish before my eyes do, or finish blind? Augustine with his quill and olive oil lamp. I imagine him in a cloister, yet surely he lives in luxury, sits at a mahogany desk in a chair of gilt and velvet, slaves at either hand. Without glasses at 72, how does he do it? Does he dictate or send scratchings to the copyist? He mentions crushing a quill, smashing an inkwell. Does he rub his head over his famous flourishes, the perfect parallels of his analogies, microscopic perfection of the conceits? What celestial city awaits at the end of these earthly pages? When I crush the quill, when I throw my metonymic inkwell against the wall. Born in sin, not actual, but original. Circumcision, God's covenant with the infant, renders even the boy child's winky phallic by uncovering the crown. And those who are not the infant, i.e. women, slaves, all manner of Punic folk, wait in the wings, covered but not in the covenant. Sunday morning, oolong and oat milk before sunrise, and a tragedy of names. For upon the revelation of Brit Milah, Abram becomes Abraham, Sarai becomes Sarah, and Hagar, whom you might think would become Hagara or something, is forgotten in the holy uncovering, except one who was never an infant and remained uncut, will remember her, and this is the one who will set history in motion. Of the three angel men who came to the oak of Mamre, one might have been Christ and two might have been enough for Abraham, nee Abram, to feel the divine right surging in his loins, for he had yet sons to bear, and daughters too, perhaps, for the line to finally trickle down to you. And Lot's wife sighed a little too longingly for the parties in Sodom, and ever after furnished to believing men a condiment in sexy silhouette to remind them of the savor. while Abraham told the kings at Gerar Sarah was just his sister. Go ahead and have a go. Then embarrassed the entire clan by taking her back. He had checked her drawers for residue, found none. A miracle. So Sarah, because she remained chaste, no matter how many guys old Abraham loosed on her, shall be the new covenant, the covenant of the cut, the uncovering, the velvet crowning, the city of God, while Hagar and son, sent away, become the other city, city of tarps and cardboard, smell of piss and the junkies stagger, city of souls barely covered with ragged flesh, sojourning to the farthest, most barren and desolatest corner of the earth. So everyone gets excited about Sarah giving birth at 90, but no one blinks an eye that Abraham can still get it up at 100, even in the glade where he buried her and settled the lush spring, putting spring in his step, and lay down among the grasses, sap surging in the stem, and all the world comes to attention and listens to the distant thunder. Drones, is it, headed for Beirut. Although maybe this boundless force did reach a limit when Abraham at 140 told his servant to put her hand on his old scrotum and swear, like it were a stack of Bibles, that she wouldn't be doing the same to his sons that night. Augustine sees in this a foreshadowing of Christ's coming, and indeed of his own, or so my reading of Augustine's reading of Genesis foretells. Of the children of Abraham, numerous as the grains of sand, Sarah's brood, at least the good-looking ones, jammed the beach at St. Augustine, Florida, while Hagar's relax at Tagazout on the salty Mare Nostrum. The late capitalist propensity for vacation empties both cities of their bourgeois in summer, but these children of forgotten lineage, having never registered a hair sample with Ancestry.com, still work the corners. Twins doing battle in Rebecca's womb foretell in hindsight drones hitting Gaza today. But what accounts for the ones hitting Moscow? Our little corner of the world, Nostradamus come to Notre Dame. For Isaac to fulfill the prophecy that his seed would number as the stars, as the grains of sand of the Sahara, those twins had to be up to more than bickering in the womb. Like his dad, he called his wife his sister, though she was only a first cousin, carrying the flame of tradition, legacy of divine right that informs evangelical Republicans today. What is the guile of the man without guile? The same as the lie the liar doesn't tell, the same as the one who is nothing but guile. So the seed that spilled in Sarah rooted into the city of God, while that which was sown in Hagar, the bondwoman, did the opposite, as when Jacob lay his head upon the stone and made a chrism of Christ's jism. That angel he wrestled with, evidently a type of Christ, who let him win and be Israel, who sendeth missiles into Gaza to defend the name, language of tyrants and suicide attacks, and us beyond caring. And then Israel sojourned into Egypt with 75 guys who hadn't been born yet. So says the infallible text being transcribed by the fallible human. And still siring heirs at 110, they don't make phalli like they used to, went on to accomplish even more mathematical conundra in centuries to come. What's happening to me? Vision and hearing fade. I see through frosted glass and hear through a pillow. Sequestered in my senses as in a monk's cell, as in a prison cell. Who keeps the key? For CW. A yellow school bus rusting at the edges, rattling through the park in its dull routine, takes your radiant and well-loved daughter-son to God. Mourners crisscross the city, fill the synagogue, 500 souls murmur in the pews. Those of us who have been baptized are confused by the protocols, but no one can resist the narrative of this remarkable, brief, poetry-filled life, and we weep to the cantor's singing. This ritual without casuistry is foreign to me, reminds me of the smallness of this endeavor. A letter to the editor next day complaining of their pronoun reminds me of its necessity. With Abraham, history reaches puberty, the infant acquiring speech so that it remember itself and begin leaving its breadcrumb trail of symbols, the heifer, the she-goat, the ram, and turtle doves and pigeons that flutter away at our clumsy approach. Next, as always, the city, symbol of symbols, in its sojourn, sewers and steeples and spinning minarets, with its tropes and its troops, IEDs and terraces under stars, sacred cattle and honking cars, unimaginable grief and gutter glory, city of gods, city of dogs, city that is the yoke of the law. 3 shopping carts, one from Rouse's, one from Whole Foods, one from Walgreens, by the bench in the Triangle Park on Ursuline Street. In the first, a roll of black plastic sheeting, a ruined weed eater, a Ziploc bag containing pliers and screwdriver, a 2-foot length of 2x4, and a broken lamp. In the second, a half-flat basketball, a single shoe, Converse knockoff size 6 plus minus, a red toy lawnmower, a Minnie Mouse backpack stuffed full. In the third, a mildewed pillow, a garbage bag of moldy quilts, a hand mirror cracked, a small coil of yellow Romex, a spiral notebook, pages fused. Had Augustine listed every miracle, every ominous foreshadowing, every subtle sign of Christ's coming, he says, apologizing for his brevity, he would still be writing today. June 16th, 2023. Now when the seed of Abraham started dispersing around Mare Nostrum, it was like the Sirocco was behind it. It was like a meteor shower, causing kings to bow their heads, while God used his temporal punishments for training his few faithful, the elect having to tighten up the rack and bear down on the finger screws just to set a good example, inspiring the priests at Georgetown, I guess, to rip those babies from their wailing mothers' arms and sell off the Punic slaves to save from debtors, the alma mater of Bill Clinton. Antonin Scalia and George Tenet, too. So when Sheikh Abdullah bin Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, deputy emir of the state of Qatar, walked in 2010 we had rather come full circle. Hagar, that bondmaid who gendereth to bondage, also generates gender and peels the literal from the allegory. There's a third side too, the bishop claims, that goes beyond figuration, that transcends gender and transfigures speaking of heaven and earth and all such concrete matters. He assures us he's talking about the actual things, not the words that represent them. Augustine is quite enamored of Hannah, who, he states with prolix abandon, can prophesy with the best of them, even if she is a girl. Simply eating bread gets complicated with Christ at the table, and minor prophets take turns with allegories of food and drink to wine, dine, and sign the night away. This morning, she's back at her corner in a muscle shirt and shorts, knobby knees and the mangled nub, smiling, happy. "Good morning and God bless," she says, wadding my 5-spot in her single palm behind the big lighter. "What's your name?" "Thank you, Bill. I'm Sister Natalie. Not Allie, Sister Natalie. I'll pray for you, Bill. I've got two kids and I'm still a virgin, and that's my story. I'll pray for you, Bill." And the light changes. What is a city? A city is the cloud the Sirocco brings across the sea from Hippo to Rome. It is Moses flailing, Odysseus' quest, every myth of being lost. It is inscription, provenance of identity, text that proves lineage, a bloodline. It is a nomad tribe, or that which dreams, psyche and structure, fortress against invaders, or gulag for the inner enemy. A few moments behind the ophthalmologist's laser and the world beams in again. In an instant, my distance snaps back to 2025. Street signs and office signs gleam under the bright blue of heaven. I had forgotten just how crisp letters could be. These prolix passages of exegesis bore me with their too obvious effort to make the texts mean what your boss wants them to mean. Someone or something is fighting for its life. Against whom? Are these long quotations followed by simple paraphrase there to pad pages? For the quotes can be assigned to minions, saving time and cramps. Can the battle be won with sheer volume by the literal weight of the words? Your deadline is your deathline, that you may be transcribed promptly into heaven with that last Amen. All the kings are called Christs, i.e., twice translated, once as subject, once as object, consecrated with that mystical chrism, the kingly seed inside the physical womb. Jerusalem, the bondwoman, and Sarah, the free noble, whispering from their separate beds, "Come inside me." This image seems to emanate from my groin rather than my head. Surge of imagery replacing the blood surge of youth. The temple of God made of men, not of stones. Indeed, as a boy falling asleep during the sermon, I could see their faces in the wall. Such great security is never given to any people that it should not dread invasion. Rome's promise in Alaric is the lesson we draw of Solomon's wise and peaceful and imaginary reign, lest anyone suspect a bright spot or two might shine, however momentary, anywhere along this miserable pilgrimage. Lord, I thank you for making a footstool of mine enemy, sings David in the plaintive psalm, improvising on his lute. Now you smash the heads of their children on the rocks of thy foundation, on the stones of thy streets, till their bright blood runs in the fossa. David, Augusta maintains, must surely have written all the Psalms, even if he only signed a few. The reasons why I don't talk about all those things I don't talk about are legion, far too numerous for me to list here, so that while I broach the topic, I leave you to talk about it to yourself and move on to the next subject I desire to avoid. Lying awake at 3 a.m., my mind is full of worries as the 45th Psalm with tropes. Tropical, a storm of images, torrential, surreal, and the pirouettes he must perform to read Christ into every phantasm. Verbal, verbal pirouettes, if I may use a figure of speech to obscure the quill that writes it. Lifting off today to CDG, Paris, the Sorbonne. Either that or days of airport hell. Augustine hated sea travel as I hate to fly. But the boss was always calling him across the sea full of shades, even in his 70s, like me now, heeding the call, boarding the hated thing. Augustine does battle with the Jews upon the field of figuration. His wordplay is swordplay, invasion, conquest, conversion of Jewish history to Christian prophecy, interpretation by interpenetration, as the missionaries will do all over Africa in centuries to come. These words transferred from the body signify mental faults, he says, under the prophetic form of wishing. Prophetia, the wish that speaks, as opposed to that which is wished but never spoken. Let these things which have been said about the Psalms suffice, that we may keep within some bound. And David the prophet sired that singer of Psalms, who couldn't help but inherit the prophetic gift, but still managed to piss away a goodly chunk of God's blessing, even while building up carnal capital in the Song of Songs, an irresistible pleasure. But this pleasure is wrapped up in allegorical veils, that the bridegroom may be more ardently desired and more joyfully unveiled. The accomplished will of God, the Avenger, sends billions to death over one mouthful of jealous fruit, but has a hard time getting internal affairs. To check out police video when the next black teenager takes a bullet in the chest, like here in France, where they killed Nahel La Marocaine in Nanterre yesterday. In Paris, we stumbled onto the Rue de Saint-Augustin, and in Rouen, Rue des Augustins. Just down the hill from Joan of Arc's Cathedral, consecrated in 1063, the plaque says, with its acid-eaten gargoyles and saints, hundreds, thousands of them patiently waiting under the protective scaffolding for repair and redistribution into the moral genome. Meanwhile, from Normandy, we hear the good news that the U.S. court has announced its own Augustinian repairing of might with right. For Proto-Oreo, Augustine and Clarence Thomas, brother lackey boys on separate but equal yachts, conceal their lineage as if they'd both had the Berber beaten out of them. 7,000 men there were who had not bowed the knee to Baal, and 70 million who voted against the evangelicals. But times change, and Jenny Thomas's fam was surprised she was going with a black man, but he was so nice it made up for his being black. And when Antonin Scalia explained the power, i.e. political expedience, of the sacrament of confession, she converted to the Catholic and fessed up to her admittedly childlike admiration for the BBC. So exotic, that accent, so different from what she grew up with. Kings arose who grievously offended God by their impieties and were smitten with moderate scourges. Biden, for example, couldn't get student loan forgiveness past Clarence's court, and besides caught all sorts of flack over his pistol-wielding but handsome as all get-out son, a moderate scourge if I ever heard one. Then in that other court of public opinion, ran neck and neck with an illiterate ogre and eked out a victory by such a slim margin it was almost more embarrassing than losing, all of which just has to be punishment for some sin in this life or another. Allegory of the cave. Now, man-woman sat by its fire in its cave with its daughter-son beside it, while saber-toothed tigers and neo-Nazis with AR-15s grumbled and growled and barked orders outside. To distract its trembling bloodline from the certain death at their door, man-woman pointed at their shadows flickering on the cave wall and told the kid that these were animals. That's how insubstantial those things making the noises were, like mere shadows, and that man-woman and its offspring had dominion over all shadows, all the animals and all the Nazis, and every molecule of CO2 in the atmosphere, and they had as well the power to name the beasts, and no beast could stand against being named. And then it put out its hands and made shadow horses and shadow men conquer cities and continents, then changed the story to a nursery rhyme and actually got the kid to laugh a little before it fell asleep, and man-woman stoked the fire and squatted beside and kept watch while the child slept all the long dark night. We flee the city for the beach in Brittany, where they say Merlin turned a Roman legion into stone, though Karnak alignments predate Rome by some millennia. And we walk, as we all walk, among petrified soldiers. Meanwhile, Putin readmits Prigozhin lest he become a Russian Alaric, and Biden authorizes a shipment of cluster bombs to extract a bit more flesh from the rejuvenated alliance. And we watch not one but two movies in a row that end with a guy pouring gasoline over himself and lighting a match to hold the cop at bay. Thus the city runs its course, not in light, but in shadow. Ninus the Assyrian killed his mother for incestuously lying with him, and just happened to accede to this throne by the same gesture While God watched from the shadows, Augustine relates, shaking his head at woman's frailty. Phantasms called history flicker across the page, God's mini-series. Tales of heroic men, this time it's Joseph, resisting the advances of lustful women abound in the city of God, which is our topic here, he always reiterates. Not so in the city I grew up in, where the guys went around with their tongues hanging out and told grossen Lügen about all the pussy they were getting, tales as short on fact as they were long on imagery. The Egyptians, Augustine informs us, made their cows horny by showing them pictures of an alluringly spotted bull, just as Jacob managed with the spotted rods that the sheep and goats were born spotted. Not miracles as in scripture, but historic fact, reported by Varro, no less. For Augustine, you see, there are no miracles. And if you think we understand more of God, history, or cities than he did, then you've not noticed what you're standing in. A relentless genealogy of kings transformed into gods by royal decree, colorful context. We survived the return across tempestuous seas from Europe to America, crossing the Atlantic quicker than Augustine crossed Mare Nostrum, negotiate that hell on earth that is the Atlanta airport, breathing prayers of gratitude when we finally touched down in New Orleans. I remember the house as dingy, but it appears bright and clean when we get home, like Baudelaire's double room. The dog, whom we have missed like a son, seems almost disappointed to leave my son's house with their dog and the baby. He's healthier, calmer, happier than when we left him, but his vacation from our doting attention is over, and I nap with my arm over him. Nance forgets where she put her glasses just a minute ago. Get used to it, she says. According to Varro, the women of Athens had the vote until they voted against Neptune, who washed away every right and every name, even for the liberal Greeks. Thus we have the pagans to blame for Clarence Thomas, Giorgio Meloni, Feminile brother of Italy, and Becky Falwell, among others, still waiting for Christ's repeal. So Athena/Minerva didn't get off as cheap as it seemed for naming rights on the Greek capital, a trend that continues as God knows how much capital Caesar's put up to paint its name on the Superdome. Dueling French GoFundMes raised $400K for Nahel, $1.4 million for the cop who killed him. At liberty to choose who's equal to whom, we pick members of our own fraternity. In the more secret history that are said to have been several who were called Father Liber and Hercules, and Christ and Augustine, that history might add, if one could indeed see or know the many motives and hands laid on a text in its sojourn magically, not through the text itself, this is the real secret, the secret real, why Father Liber sought the vine in the first place. Perseus and Andromeda were raised into heaven so that they were not ashamed or afraid to mark out their images by constellations. Shucking that shame they felt looking in the mirror, and in mirror the sky, working through the vertigo, man-woman's vocation, weaver, scribe, illuminator to the stars, God's unnameable, unknown, and unknowing editor. Orpheus the orphan charmed the beast, but not so Augustine, who thought him one of those gods of the city of the ungodly, widely criticized by Plato and other phantoms for not having the balls to die and chasing Eurydice, but slipping into Hades on the sly and still breathing. The poet charmed the pants off of Persephone till she granted him his desire, with only this condition that he not look back, and the rest is history, or as close to his story as we will ever be, for to know your desire is already to lose it. What I, like Magritte, see in the mirror, the back of my head. What is happening inside, language running its course like a city. Religion wakes within a shell of abstraction, far from that yellow caterpillar tearing up the street corner. They prove, not by fabulous and poetic falsehood, but by historic attestation, that his companions were turned into birds. Crows moving from the cornfields to the city make promises future birds can't keep. Metamorphoses, lycanthropic or otherwise, certainly happen all the time, though whether in the eye of the beholder or the flesh of the beheld is an argument for another city. This quasi-scientific analysis of quasi-mystical events allays doubts about both science and mysticism, but leaves only politics with which to weave the narrative. Landladies of inns, imbued with these wicked arts, spike the cheese with border scenarios, fondle Apuleius's golden ass, and generally try to make goods of God's promises. So man-woman learn to trust neither ladies nor cheese, consulting Plato on matters of substance and appearance, Circe on metamorphoses, and on matters of court, the birds of the temple of Diomed, who bringeth water in their beaks to comfort the Greeks while they torment aliens. A meticulous accounting of the transactions along the Mediterranean coastline from Rome to Old Hippo will yield the real, adjusted for inflation, value of the handful of coins I drop into the styrofoam cup in the hand of an elderly black man sitting on his walker at Claiborne and Esplanade this morning, as well as the prices his ancestors and mine paid for and to each other for the past 4 millennia, and the chump change, $22,500 in today's dollars, Trump's billionaire buddies are dropping for a seat and a plate of crappy chicken cordon bleu at the Metairie Country Club tonight. Charity to fund the putsch they're setting up for 2024. At Tulane and Broad, across from the courthouse, 2 budding orators, one on a Mr. Microphone, one on a megaphone. Call and response like an echo, middle of the workday. I know, some of you are asking what should I do with myself, but if you just ask God what to do. If you ask God to see you through, then you're gonna do what you set out to do. Whatever you set out to do, that's what you'll do. Augustine, liberal in his censure of false gods, is conservative in treatment of his own. So it is with most who call fellow humans and estranged gods fools. Rome was founded like another Babylon, and as it were the daughter of the former Babylon, by which God was pleased to conquer the whole world. City of God, city of ungod, both end up Rome. Man, woman, daughter, son, Godhead, giving head, and the species comes. Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the Savior, as translated by someone into Latin in good rhythm, he says, them by Dodds and them by me, in this summer of wildfires 2023. What the Sibyl said. I douse the earth with my standard, hero we shall never be rid of, sent to judge at the end of the world, of believing and faithless alike, youth and age sisted before him. Christians decimate the planet, rotate idols and pick up treasures. Earth, consumed by fire, intimates the portals of hell. Some souls inherit freedom, but the guilty, as usual, burn forever, while occult publications reveal silly secrets of the heart. There will be wailing, gnashing of teeth, eclipse of the sun, stars silent, over is moonlight, molten the heavens, valleys rise up, mountains lie down, youth recedes into the distance, skies and oceans merge on the end of all things, the broken earth swells with burning rivers, sound of a trumpet's peal over these who groan in their guilt, torture and trembling, hell on earth, here where kings stand to be judged, resplendent flames fall from heaven. Have a good day here. Heath, the beggar from 1.11, yells to each car as it passes, cardboard sign reading, anything helps, around his neck, looking and feeling his 80 or thereabouts years. And to those who drive by without a glance, he screams with rage, God bless you, here. Augustine constructs in his history parallel timelines for Rome and Israel from Adam to himself, the point where he imagines they converge. 4 years after he finishes De Civitate Dei contra Paganos, in 430, the pagans, Vandals, come to Hippo Regius, bull helmets, daemons, dancing by firelight outside the city walls. And Augustine, at 75, dies in the year-long siege. The Vandals held the city till 534, when East Rome took it back. Then came the Arabs in 698, bringing Islam, decimating all the old haunts. The Berbers, scattered and outlawed by both Rome and its enemies, remembered neither in scripture nor history, barely endured, yet the ogress, older than Noah, older than Adam, still walked the streets in dreams of old Anabo when the next wave of Latin missionaries, the Spanish and the French, came ashore. Did she visit Augustine, wayward son, in his final hours? Did she come forward, feted mother, to save him from his salvation? As most any prophet might have predicted, 4 months after the Mardi Gras cleanup, when they loaded tarps and furnishings into garbage trucks with yellow tractors and citizens into police vans with yellow warrants, the tent cities are again sprawling under the interstates, and Nungesser has not gotten his gaily painted screens nor his portable toilets. The settlement on Claiborne stretches 5 blocks, with its own streets and alleys, its own commerce and civil society. What do we prophesy of its fate? In terms of transition, these interstices between empires, when the old city wanes and a new one waxes, prophets flower and spread, set off with their shopping carts for new neighborhoods, speaking in tongues, speaking in a language that never had to be learned. We should but weaken the savor of this prophetic oracle if we set ourselves to expound it. Yet this vision of Hosea textually convulsing on the figural ground enthralls so completely that the saint must append 2 pages of what resembles nothing so much as exposition. But no sibyl in deep trance was ever more enthralled by a god than Augustine by the gnosis of regular old expository prose. Yet I think these parts sufficient, which are so plain that even enemies must be compelled against their will to understand them. Letters so clear, calligraphy so perfect, analogies so compelling, rhythm so hypnotic, that even pagans must nod in agreement. Jonah, on the other hand, prophesied without words, for he was taken into the whale's belly and restored on the 3rd day, brought back from the bardo where signs don't signify, but signal similitude. Academic, priest, senator, judge, mayor, property manager, archivist, and livestock inspector in one, Augustine mastered the ancient esoteric art of bureaucratic schmoozing, finally making counsement at Civitas Dei. Running short on spiritual supplies, despite the proliferation of prophets and miracles, how many fucking falls and floods do we have to have before finally rising into that dopamine bliss of salvation? Jeremiah appears to have farmed some of his prophecy to his secretary, but this by no means should diminish its authority, for the servant takes the dictation of the master just as the master has taken it from God. And if servant or master inserts a word or two with their supposed own, there is no reason to assume that word is not every bit as divinely inspired as the rest. In the alley behind the mill shop, back behind the garbage, someone's screaming, and we find this guy incoherent, like a sibyl in trance, sounds emanating from his throat that sound neither of any throat nor of any known speech. And he sways and squats and leaps up, crazed, does it again. Doug calls 911. Is he violent? Hard to say, though we don't want to get any closer. Responsive? Again, hard to say, though we can't get his attention. Description? White male, 5'8", black hair and beard, shirtless, tattoos on chest and arms, khaki shorts and boots. That's all he's wearing. Hear that? Do you hear him? You should be able to hear him now. He's screaming. I don't want to deal with cops, no matter what kind of prophet we have here, and I go back to work. By the time we get to Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, I've had enough of prophets and your cataloging of every instance where with benefit of hindsight we might interpret the vague symbols as standing for Jesus. For these parables could as well predict Hitler or Trump as Christ. What courses through my mind as I will lie awake this night? Bits of song, musical refrains that repeat endlessly, movie scenes, whether I want them or not, images remembered or conjectured, screens of emails or poems materializing, euphoric imaginings of playing guitar or building the screen porch. I write songs and poems from the safety of the bed, sometimes remembering, sometimes not. And sometimes I get up and truly write them, and sometimes merely imagine I do. And what coursed through Augustine's head 2,000 years ago, script and scripture, turn to phrase, feel of the quill in his hand and sinuous track of the letters. Does he sometimes get up and light the lamp to capture a particular rhetorical flourish before it drifts away? Does he question, as I, this very process, feel the thoughts squirming in his head like demons in the air? Does he see himself lying in the bed and feel death approaching and think he must, absolutely must, finish this work, this construction, citadel of language before his time arrives? Though there is nothing to fear in death, of course. August 3rd, 2023, Trump's third arraignment. Each charge sparks a surge in the polls as fake news of fake news arrives via X, consoling evangelical Christians everywhere that filthy rich Americans prefer them believing what they want to believe. For what they lack believing, they gain pretending. The ark he made, in which he escaped with his family, was itself a prophecy of our time. Just as the child's toy boat prefigured the ark and the floating leaf, that. But let's not venture too far back into this etymology, for prophecy is not sign, but iteration. Jeremiah predicts, first of all, that others will predict. It will be Augustine who finally learns to make a sign sing. Heber bests Isis in the semiotic arm wrestle by way of the Hebrew letters, appointing inductores to introduce them in the hearts of learners. The saint maintains that Hebrew letters existed before the words that contain them, but cautions against reliance on omens that are too old. Some might have expiry dates. Some might be mere astronomy. As to the claim that Egypt was superior in any way, astronomically, philosophically, militarily, or histrionically, to our forebears, we have it by divine decree that our diviners, astrologists, forecasters, and jailers are number one in every category. Varro even maintains that could we execute a time warp and have a football match between us now, we would win handily and go on to heaven besides. And they'd still be stuck in pyramids, but these things in secular books, whether true or false, yield nothing of moment to our living rightly and happily. Yet, caution, lest on account of their multitude what ought to be religiously esteemed should grow cheap. Inflation in the spiritual sphere affects material markets. Thus we reveal the divine knowledge prophet by prophet with control, releasing a letter at a time to avoid market saturation. Certain philosophers, amid their false opinions, were able to see that God was made this world and himself most providently governs it, or of the nobility of the virtues, of the love of country, of fidelity and friendship, of good works and everything pertaining to virtuous matters. Christ die große Lüge, Christ die größte Lüge. Augustine relates it was Ptolemy Philadelphus, the Egyptian, who requested the translation of the scriptures, so the 12 tribes each sent him 6 translators, the famous, if approximate, Septuagint, and Philadelphus, just as a test, had them each work in isolation. 72 little scribbling cells, silent but for the scratching of the quills and the clinking of the inkwells. Each produced its testament, and they differed from each other in no word. Yet, even in this field of perfect concordance, where there were moments in which the two might say the same thing differently, so that although the words were not the same, yet the same meaning could shine forth. Later they inserted certain marks in the form of stars, which they called asterisks, to announce sections of the original, the 72 translators, as one decided to leave out, and also indicated by horizontal spit-shaped marks like those by which we denote ounces, what the 72 translators in unison elected to append. And of that instance in which the one says 3 and the other 40, the Septuagint plus 2 no doubt have opted to keep the inattentive reader on its toes, making up its own mind whether the symbol refers to resurrection or ascension. And this may admonish the reader not to despise the authority of either, but to raise himself above the history and search for those things which the history itself was written to set forth. When Israel lost its prophets, it lost its prophets too, with all manner of Romans and Ptolemies rifling its stores, until the expectation of the nations, with great irony, was symbolized by a virgin expecting. And what do nations ironically expect today? Is it QAnon or the Matrix, or ChatGPT that casts our bones, that drinks our blood, for soothsay? And so came such a one, Sin Semilla, who made the Sibyl's prophecies come true and confused the Jews so thoroughly they scattered and left the battlefield. And we started to laud their Lord, for he had had the foresight with Romans and proud boys closing in to abandon them. Job proves by example you don't have to be Jewish to be eligible for the sacred torture in the heavenly city. And lest anyone think Christians forged their foreshadowings or their foreskins, here is the signature on the scripture. This new church of living stones is ever more defensible than the old one. It quells Rome's fury by joining up, doing as it does, for just as a body enjoys to lie in luxury, so doth a church. Rome's Latin solved the Babel/Babel problem, and let those early parables sojourn tongue to tongue in language not Greek to its listeners, and certainly not Hebrew. So they called it Catholic, which means everyone worth bothering with. Then came the preachers, singly and in teams, and the blood of the martyrs poured forth. They set up tents in the desert and held revivals, saving the slaves from pagan owners so they could build nicer churches for their new ones. in Rome, in Paris, and New Orleans. The city of confusion appears on the horizon, approaching full of heretics who apparently writhe full of sins too subtle to catalog, yet nonetheless egregious, contumaciously roadblocking Civitas Dei in its travels. But this is profitable for us, keeps us agile and witty, our argument muscles toned, and if it causes us a bit of grief, a sleepless night or two, well, Cain did slay Abel. DeSantis himself descends to the heresy. Trump lost. How will it play with the congregation? Checkbooks at the ready, they await the passing of the plate. What a feather in the cap of the super rich to have this genius in their pocket. But does he have a prayer? No one wants to back a loser. The sermon riffs on Moses parting the waters and watching them close again over the heads of the enemy. Some say 400, some 500, others 1,000 years may be completed from the ascension to his final coming. And some said 365, a year of years on the Roman calendar, till the Antichrist. At least that was the thinking 2,000 years ago. So you can't blame me if the city of confusion settles over me too like a cloud. Homespun teleology. In the sullen heat of an August evening, I walk the dog by the gaping maw and broken windows of an abandoned house now given over to crack. Odors of mildew and piss and burnt wood emanate from the openings, demonic breath from the city's inner being. In the rubble of the unfenced yard, a guy's holding a mangy German shepherd by the scruff. I mumble hello awkwardly. That white dude talked to us, he said to the dog. I move on quickly, fearing for my little terrier against his Cerberus. For here in New Orleans, the two cities are mingled together. Midsummer doldrums, crepe myrtles drop their purple petals, which lie in heaps in the gutter or clutter the hoods and windshields of the cars. The dog must drink or spread eagle on the cooler grass in the shade. He drinks from my hand, starts drinking before I even pour. Half of it runs through my fingers, darkening the cracks in the sidewalk. No reason to be here or elsewhere. I live in language, virtual and real, a long dead, half imaginary saint, as close to me as the friend next door. August 7, 2023. The reasonings by which men have attempted to make for themselves a happiness of this unhappy life. 288 possible solutions, Varro reckons. 288 sects. Not that have actually existed, but which are possible. Or ways of vainly seeking a happiness, but does not count the passion for the catalog as one, nor Augustine's logophilia, nor, I venture to guess, Sister Natalie's chastity, nor just getting up and doing your thing every day with no more thought of Beatus than of a bear cub loose on a plane, which happened in Dubai this morning. Now this bear, primary object of nature, landing on an Iraqi air flight from Baghdad, spectacle and plaything for filthy rich oil men, where the cute little furball distracts the sheiks from the human misery it so cutely represents, long enough to qualify as a supreme good, or if it remains just an everyday diversion, neither Varro nor Augustine venture to speculate. Virtue virtually leaves its competition for supreme good in the dust, showing everyone from Aristotle to Zizek a solution so self-apparent no proof need be offered. Does the soul use virtue like the man his horse, or contain it like the cup its water? These points are for angels to argue, and they don't care if you dress like a cynic, that is, gutter punk, or not. The Lord knoweth the thoughts of the wise, saith Paul, misquoting the psalm, that they are vain. Not even Cicero can wrap his rhetoric around the miseries of this life, which is a mini-series of sickness, amputation, deafness, blindness, delirium, and insanity, something like this poem. And what does the city of God have to say about the matter? Pretty much what any city says about anything. Be patient, be prudent, be polite. And society of fellows, he continues in Kierkegaardian fervor, companionship of citizens and philosophers, wives, concubines, and chattels, no matter how much comfort they give the contemplative aristocrat, invariably spin down into enmity as bitter as the amity was sweet. And the next thing you know, Ukraine's getting leveled, civil war in Niger. We pity the poor judges compelled to put innocent witnesses to torture to ascertain the truth, and must carry such sin in their wretched conscience and pass it on to descendants at Guantanamo. The imperial city has endeavored to impose on subject nations not only her yoke, but her language, which is the more substantial, for you can buy or hack yourself out of chattel, but the language owns you and yours forever. We enjoy some gratification when our good friends die, for if truth be told, they weren't really that good to start with, but I listened to you, I inherited your speech. And then, if you grow tired of all this human frailty and pick a god or two for companion, you quickly discover them to be every bit as gossipy and malicious as you are. Like if they made you just like them, or if you made them just like you. Either way. Virtue makes good use even of the evils a man suffers. Whereas for woman, man makes evil use of the virtue she represents. But as to the matter of woman getting a little beatus herself, Augustine feels no need to comment. For the wicked to suffer their proper punishment, i.e. endless, they have to live forever, and this proves the immortality of even their souls. Thus, the saints lying around up there in eternal peace get a peep show that makes them feel special. Pride in its perversity apes God. Yet what ape doesn't long for the pleasures of the perverse? For the lamb to beat up on the lion, or the kite to be eaten by the corpse. The contra naturam of the natural order. The peace of the celestial city is the perfectly ordered and harmonious enjoyment of God and of one another in God, as the patrician enjoys his plebes, and the plebe looks up at the patrician, enjoying one another. For the celestial city is the well-ordered concord of those who rule and those who obey. Rome without police, law without violation, but there is no law without violation. That's a secret. No Rome without police. Also secret. It is with justice we believe that the condition of slavery is the result of sin. All servitude is penal, all slaves guilty, and the Old Testament a manual for the construction of Roman roads and bridges, as well as Mississippi cotton plantations. Paterfamilias becomes praetor civitas, forced march to Pretoria to protect the natural order. Celestial city surrounds the earthly as New Orleans, the tent town on Claiborne, or Paris, Nanterre, and deploys the polis in the event of insurrection, unsightly accumulation, and or rodentia. One thing about the city of God, what it knows, it knows. There is no doubting Scripture. It has no history, no provenance, no relation to anything but itself. Absolute certainty, unrelenting, unwavering faith. So long as it's nothing indecent or self-indulgent, you're free to dress as you please in the holy city. That's right. You can slouch like an old hippie, ratty t-shirt and blue jeans, or get dolled up Sunday go to meeting, or just put on your favorite guayabera and some comfortable linen plant pants to contemplate in style. Now blessed, though not in reality as much as in hope, like DeSantis and Pence, and for that matter, the corporate bodies that fund their hope. Cicero wields the wheel of the people in his faked republic, but this text leaves no scar upon the civil body, which is made of people as people are made of cells. God may be all-powerful and quite sufficient unto himself, but that doesn't mean he can't appreciate the yummy smell from your grill when you fire up the burgers and thighs of a Sunday afternoon. That smoke wafting up toward heaven would make any self-respecting God's mouth water, unlike, say, the wildfires scorching the earth at Lahaina this week, where the meat you smell is the citizens and the smoke seems to follow no matter where you stand. We ourselves, who are his own city, are his most noble and worthy sacrifice, and it is this mystery we celebrate in our sacrifices. Just as Jonah signified Christ mimetically, the lamb we throw in the fire signifies ourselves metonymically, as the lamb lies down in the city of the lion. But the curl of live flesh on the fire and concomitant yummy smells, if offered up in profligacy, turn the republic Republican, and the next thing you know, Alaric's chowing down, Augustine wags his finger, Trump tightens his tie. God gets jealous if people invite Apollo and company to the barbecue, so jealous that he changes the definition of people, for God is master of language too, to include only Republicans, and launches sanguinary seditions, saying the stakes are too rare. Our host hasn't done due diligence, and the grand jury in Georgia hands down the indictment, so we're about to see which god, man, or hero gets sacrificed now. Here in this our South, the temporal peace which the good and wicked together enjoy settles over us, and the states turn red not from Republicans but the weather. You could sacrifice your lamb right on the sidewalk today in Baton Rouge, and that tent city of ungodly poor people under the interstate writhes and shrinks under God's spatula. Witness the prayer of the whole city of God in its pilgrim state, for it cries to God by the mouth of all its members. Do you think about her now and then? The concubine who in all your scribbling you never name? Do you remember fucking, sworn off pleasure, and pleasures even more so for being forsworn? Sacred virginity's shameful end? Did your mother bring her to you, thoughtful gift, or leftover pagan ritual? Did you whisper to Adeodatus growing in her belly? Were you able to resist her body in that moment of its fullness? What bitter regret, what ancient grief, and what vengeful longing calls up these images of hell on earth? We speak not of the last day, but of the very last. A day without hours, no sun rises nor sets, nor moon nor stars nor planets look down upon it, but Christ, with his standard proud white boy face and hippie hair, rises yet again to judge the quick and the dead. And all of us, guilty, quick, shall writhe in agony like some now forgotten Berber tribe forced into a cave for suffocation, or like the last wretched citizens of a conquered city being loaded onto cattle cars. Whips and razor wire rend the flesh of the faithful, torture and wailing like in a Moroccan prison rained down from the god of due diligence. Good falls to evil and evil to good, which seems unjust, but that's just because we can't see the big picture. And when Christ comes back to give everyone their just deserts, then we'll see just how lucky he was to be crucified and just how close to hell it would be to live at Mar-a-Lago. The fact that Solomon, the wisest man, coined all is vanity, or even that he is assumed to, proves it to be so, for how dieth the wise man? As the fool. I shall first then state the case and then call the witnesses, he says in opening argument, setting precedent for Perry Mason and Giuliani, proving the validity of last judgment by making it. For the present intermingles what the future shall sequester. God is here, and your desire just happens to coincide to your prophecy. Let those who are dead in soul bury them that are dead in body, he says. It might have already come true if we can judge by the crowd of deadheads cheering the late Jerry Garcia on YouTube, quickly buried under a dump truck load of ads, which we contemplate in memory of youth. How did we miss this? Now that the millennium which John promised until Judgment Day is twice past, we again contemplate our teleology with ridiculous fancies and glossolalia, breaks in cash via the TV portal, Evangelista sweating through her second skin of makeup, makes a language of 5 syllables that needs no translation even to foreigners, and secures funding for lawsuits against the EPA, so we won't have to wait another 1,000 for that second resurrection. And never think that one day the church will pass away, no matter how fervently the devil be loosed upon us, no matter how devilish the details, nor how pinpoint accurate that aim of his SWAT team. Here comes the slaughter and the laughter. Back to my roots in Arkansas, where Christ and Trump and gun rights rule the yard signs, I see Joe and the hoe gotta go on a t-shirt at the bar and drunk. I tell the guy that's the most obscenely racist slogan I've seen in a state full of obscenely racist slogans, and he says, thank you. Dave says I should retire back there, that it's peaceful, but I guess I'll ride out this particular Judgment Day here in New Orleans, where the Saints, despite the obvious gaps in the O-line, still reign. The resurrection will not be televised. Why, I doubt there'll even be a podcast. When Gog the carpenter and Magog the roofer come to your town, they enclose without limit, no matter your insurance. They are everywhere at once, shingling like a language, not a city, not a nation, but a language, an end to every delay, to every hem and haw. Death of Siegfried. An ostensible Prigozhin falls from the sky to feel the firmness of the firmament. Putin rules. Really? That fearless warrior so easily tricked? Do we need dragon's blood to see through Putin's lie? Whether or not, and what do we imagine happens now to the Wagner dwarves seated across the earth? Russia, Belarus, Serbia, Syria, Sudan, Mozambique, Central African Republic, Mali, Niger, Libya, Sudan, Madagascar, and Haiti, still listening for Siegfried's horn call, and with no one around to sign paychecks on Friday, in need of gainful employment. So doing the math, it appears that the reign of the saints and of the Antichrist shall overlap by a period of precisely 42 months, during which God is a bit vague as to what exactly will happen, but looking back, for it came to pass 1,000 years ago, looks suspiciously like any other 42 months. And this divine power is called a book, i.e., a magical history in which all is laid out for God to surveil in a glance, kicking the sinful into the fire and stowing the good ones in the heavenly library. That is to say, one scribbles or one scribe's scribble for the sole purpose of making those scribbles disappear. While Augustine relates some of the finer points of the eternal suffering to come, our lame duck Governor Edwards floats a bill to give some modest sinners a get-out-of-hell-free card, but the populace rises up in anonymous polling to smite the measure down. They may not be able to witness live video of black guys getting their heads chewed off in the ninth circle of Angola, but just knowing that it's happening behind the razor wire lets them breathe a sigh of relief. Writing is a false god, as the surging and restlessness of human life wrestles with the metaphor of the mother, crown jewel of sentiments, and finds itself symbolized by the sea. Now, our saint finds it excessively barefaced to read the apocalypse literally, like our own impudent oil execs buying up wind leases just so they can lie fallow while it rains fire. Climate talks in nice hotels yield barefaced good wishes. Wheat crops cook in the ground, and Trump's barefaced mugshot hits every front page, and the worst is yet to come. Peter weighs in with a view of the end, in which the atmosphere turns to moisture and the entire sensory frame melts like a Dali landscape or an acid trip from your youth. In the next pain, the usual mortals in agony cry out of the usual conflagration, but this is of no concern to the saints, for they remember that 3 men stood in the furnace and were not consumed. What Paul said to the Thessalonians is tricky to decode, but tradition says the church is the Antichrist and all the people inside mini Antichrists, playing hide and seek in the pews and at night among the headstones in the cemetery out back. No doubt there will be a trumpet blast, hunter's horn lowing across the valley at dawn, a rifle flash, and I had the warm blood of a heart on my hands. She speaks of nausea and dizziness after supper while I feel fine. We Google the symptoms. Heart attack, it says. I downplay. Google searches. Favor the sensational, I scoff. Though my heart beats faster, please God, don't let her go first. But because there shall thence flow even upon earthly bodies the peace of incorruption and immortality, therefore he says that he shall flow down as this river, and he may, as it were, pour himself from things above to things beneath. And the good, even as they lounge in their happy abodes, shall have also the pleasure of witnessing the torments of their wicked counterparts, all without leaving the comfort of the heavenly couches, neither on Netflix nor YouTube, but by telepathic knowledge, by simply knowing in mind's eye shall the blessed view the worm that dieth not, and the fire that is not quenched, and they shall hear the cries of the sinners in their eternal torment without having to actually go to that sad place. Like the proverbial mouse that casts the shadow of a dragon, this temporal existence projects itself as an eternal morality to scare predators away. Certain men shall be caught up to meet Christ in the air on the spiritual roller coaster ride. Raise your hands at the top of the climb for the most exquisite vertigo. But in the end, this isn't any dumber than faith in one's fellow mortals, that fickle God community. September 9th, 2023. The local archdiocese launches a GoFundMe to pay legal fees and restitution to those few, well, 500, profligate boys and girls, Hannon successors, and assigns diddled in the course of shepherding their flocks. So drop an extra $1 in the plate this Sunday that the tradition may be saved. And remember, as he said in 1.25, so long as they didn't actually enjoy it, the kids should be okay in heaven's tally and join the priests themselves in that blessed city. 9/11. Allah Akbar, so he was 22 years ago, and 2 days too in Marrakesh for those banished thence on account of their transactions for neither Christ nor fellow Grosseluga Allah would muss their robes with such messy work, and Agadir in 1960 and Gaza in eastern Ukraine today, fields of destruction we can justly blame on gods. Such a judgment as has never been seen before. A vision Augustine shares with Clarence Thomas, who lies awake at night itching to sink his pen into anything that smacks of right to privacy. So just try to sneak a camera on one of those yachts, for it is just those privy moments we need to be punished for. Regardless of all the cruelly inequitable sentences handed down in the course of history by judges both human and divine, showering honor, glory, wealth, and offspring upon liars, thieves, and murderers, and poverty, prison, and sorrow without bound upon the most saintly and selfless among us, the last judgment shall be the perfect pairing of every mortal, living or not, with the just punishment and or eternally blessed sensual massage. Everything so equitable there will be no need to ever judge anything again. Even the carnal Jews will get the message when Elias comes to town, like in an episode of Gunsmoke, the old 30-minute black and white version. They'll be saved at the very last second. Prophecy or childhood memories rerun as metaphors. The Almighty sent the Almighty into the language, lending it iterability, subjecting, transiting, object like the murderer, threatening the mirror. Christ and the bourgeois cry out, God, God, why have I forsaken you? Mortals sentenced to pronouns, case, and gender. Botero, 1932 to 2023. Form filled out, highest expression of the carnal. Hagar's line described by vectors. Compass point at the navel, another on the nose. Body mind of quiet discretion, longing to embrace, to be surrounded and absorbed. Tony loses her gig at the construction company. She trained an assistant and then they fired her. She goes homeless, she and the kids sleeping in the car. Beth drives over to Austin to see if she can get her back on her feet and out of the casino. Starts a GoFundMe for a room, hoping to forestall her moving in. Jesus Christ, Tony, we laughed and sang in our cups that Mardi Gras. So sure I'll drop a C-note on the plate, but would give way more to see you laugh again. Little prankster, little cynic like me. Salvation came and went for us. In this particular rhetorical flourish, the saint plays devil's advocate so well, the devil wins. If it ever ended, it wouldn't be hell, is the argument for immortality of the soul. Or actually body, since hell requires physical fuel. But when the human crackles like bacon, the soul is so connected with the body that it succumbs to great pain and withdraws, only to be returned like a bug on a string that it may rejoin the flesh in suffering for eternity. And we need to make this argument expeditiously, for our opponents will be knocking very soon now. Of hell and language. This fire is kindled when it is extinguished. He read that a certain salamander lives happily in fire. The peacock steak he pushed away and left on his desk for years suffered no degradation. He saw a magnet held beneath a plate move a piece of iron above. He heard that in Cappadocia the wind impregnates mares. In Arcadia, asbestos burns and cannot be put out. The salt of Agrigentum turns to water in fire and into fire in water. The Garamonte fountain is freezing cold by day, scalding at night. And the apples of Sodom turn to ash when touched by hand or tooth. All signs that eternal suffering awaits. This writing, which extinguishes the inextinguishable and ignites the incombustible, which creates the iron image and forecasts the rain of fire. Writing, we are bound to believe, has no physical existence, could as well have been other words with the same meaning. Contra paganos, with the pagans at the gate of the physical Hippo Regius, city of God with its spirit barricaded inside, which will shortly be ending its sojourn in Africa, for the Vandal too is a wanderer. The lump. Panic spreads through the family, chills running up the collective spine. Just when our minds seem least capable, your house or ours, live-in nurse, will insurance pay? Hospice? You will forego chemo. You don't fear dying, you say, but do fear dying badly. Witchcraft, spirits in the aether, spells cast 50 and 100 and 2,000 years ago again swirl in the mist, and we are entranced. You don't want anyone but your sons. You have them ask me and your sisters to stay away. Venus shifts her orbit just this once to prove human bodies will always burn and yet never die. For natures can change no matter how written stone they may seem. A person might walk their dog to the park every morning at 6 a.m. for 1,000 days, but wake one morning and not. The sun may rise and set and shine for 1,000,000 years, yet today it may not. October 10th, 2023. And speaking of burning forever, the worm that dieth not sticks his head out of the flames and invites us to jump into the action today in Gaza, where missiles numbering as the grains of the Sahara rain down on apartments, hospitals, schools, and prisons, and prayers in the several languages of the children of Abram lift up to heaven, imploring their various gods to make their neighbor's present suffering eternal. One fire certainly shall be the lot of both. Mystically speaking, that is, speaking period, the same lake of fire awaits on either side of the no-go zone. Whether you're from Gaza or Tel Aviv, it even appears sometimes the victor's side burns a little hotter than the vanquished pilgrims, and the bourgeois on both banks mop their brows with the same exasperated motion. Augustine proves God's law just by analogy to the Roman. Our eternal punishment follows the precedent of many years' confinement imposed on the slave who has provoked his master. Though God's imperium outranks the civil slave owner, of course, so our sentence need not be limited to life. October 21st, 2023. 20 truckloads of bread, water, and Band-Aids are allowed to breach the siege line and enter Gaza from Egypt. A huge diplomatic victory and the right thing to do from a humanitarian perspective, though the relief they bring to the 6 million souls be like the proverbial glass of water in hell. Eternal punishment for the sin of a moment. This is the standard set by God. Plato and Virgil are proponents of purgatory, but Augustine reminds us no amount of heaving will ever expel that famous first bite. Your son looks for you this morning and for a moment fears you might have wandered away in the night, your withered body barely perceptible under the blanket on the bed. The oncologist has washed his hands. Their abdomen fills with black bile. They could drain it, they say, but it will only refill. Augustine says of sons, the learning to which they are driven by punishment is itself so much of a punishment to them that they sometimes prefer the pain that drives them to the pain to which they are driven by it. And I wonder what memories might prompt a guy in his 70s to write such a strange sentence as that. Civilians heeding Netanyahu's call, flee the borderlands, the widening war, and the unimaginable force about to be unleashed. For now, in its misery, it makes war upon itself, as the body aspires to the civil. October 23rd, 2023. Your son passed this morning. Our son tells me on the phone. It would feel weird, he says, not to. But if I want to see you, come now, as you'll be going straight to cremation. The four of them, your sons and daughters-in-law, sitting around the living room, get up one by one to hug me as I walk in. Then I look down and see the feet protruding from a blanket I thought was simply thrown over a chair. Only then do I see you, head lolled sideways, mouth agape, Beth beside you holding your hand under the blanket. An involuntary "oh shit" escapes me as I jump back. Then Ben shows me a photo of a blastocyst. Like high school jocks having fun with a sissy, brothers Augustine and Jerome tease and taunt old Origen for his being so merciful as to suggest our punishment might be something less than eternal. Quote, he does indeed put to shame their charity, but is himself convicted of error which is more unsightly, and a wrestling of God's truth that is more perverse in proportion as his clemency of sentiment seems to be, end quote. It is not spirit that haunts, but your body, its Munchian last attitude, as its warmth evaporated. I watched your progress from youth to decrepitude and learned some things along the way. I am not afraid, you said, erste Lüge, the innate lie of speaking at all. Not, let us pray, holding out false hopes for this quasi-compassion of God to the whole race. At the remembrance, the three adopted daughters huddle on things past and on arrangements going forward. We all get drunk and laugh and try on your jewelry and hats. Old men arrive from a past that was dim on a good day. Distant generations of friends, relatives, workmates strike up conversations over your curios. Everyone says you would have liked it. Augustine and company don't capitalize Catholic even now when the church is selling off real estate to pay the pederasty fines, adding some lovely inventory to the city's stock of historic B&Bs along the way. But with our new priest speaker, Mike Johnson, now capitalizing the capital, let's open with a prayer we remember to spell shit right. Off-gridded Big Sur, contemplating a nature neither Berber saint nor beat poet could have imagined. 5 miles up the road, we suddenly get a signal and pent-up messages and news feeds condensed out of the aether. Israel is calling Hamas's bluff, bombing the refugee camps where they have sheltered. In absence of cell towers and electricity, the hellfire rains down without warning. dinner at Nepenthe with its stunning sunset view just down the coast from Silicon Valley, where they've made so much money from phones they don't need to carry them, and enjoy nature au naturel. California wine, not God's blood, but the nomads. And our wanderings on this mountain measured in footsteps, buffered and uploaded. This is pretty good. I'm glad we did this. It's cool.
Hell yeah. Action.
On the Uber ride back from the airport, I see, for the first time in almost a year, still working her same corner at City Park and Canal, Sister Natalie, or whatever her name is today, and I think to repeat my alms deeds and catch up. Or maybe it is indeed true that, quote, he who has not amended his ways but yet has intermingled his profligate and wicked actions with works of mercy shall receive mercy in the judgment, end quote. But the traffic is constant and we press on. It would be the height of absurdity to suggest the eternal life of the saints be anything less than endless, or that the endless punishment of everyone else lasts even a moment less. Just as the bourgeois lifetime of ease matches the lifelong struggle of the rabble, the authority of the master mirrors the subservience of the slave, the intelligence of the scholar contrasts to the ignorance of his detractors, or the legal privilege of the male mirrors the subordination of the female in holy matrimony. Our new governor-elect Landry tells Tucker Carlson he'll turn New Orleans into a city of the godly, especially those God-fearing enough to make six-figure donations to his cause, i.e. himself. Boise Bollinger is high bidder to chair the committee to divvy up the spoils, so we'll soon see which Christian gets which zip code. Augustine says what it is in reality and not sacramentally to eat his body and drink his blood, end quote. Not, that is, the sacramentum or oath of obedience and fidelity taken by Roman soldiers on enlistment, or the sum which two parties to a suit first deposit, a cause, a civil suit, but the eating and the drinking for sheer sensual delight. God forbid that this love should be consumed as wood, hay, stubble, and not rather be reckoned as a structure of gold, silver, and precious stones. God forbid, indeed, though when humans have need of fire, they burn whatever is at hand, and a haze of wood smoke hangs over the tent city as the garbage detail begins its sweep. But since even the bountiful almsgiving of those whose time is worth a penny a click wouldn't be enough to provide a tenth of these profligate souls eternal habitation, though who truly believes in eternal life anyway? Is there really any need to keep reaching in my pocket for quarters and rolling down the window in the piss stench? A city, what we call a city, city of glass, city of infusion, city of yellow letters reflected in car windows, city of the one-armed beggar, of wet cigarettes and needles in the gutter, this nomad tribe lost in a desert, moat in a pile of dead leaves heaped on the sidewalk. Ultrasound reveals triplets. A second blasto appeared as the first one split. Two identicals and a fraternal. Jackie's terrified and we for her. This trinity trusses meaning. Father makes Son by bifurcation, Holy Ghost by adoption, and we are tied tightly. 3 dots on the banner of the Anthropocene. allegory of the one in three, the one who can finally see itself on the family tree. Well, sometimes the allegory unhitches from its moral and drifts for the sheer joy of the sojourn. Peregrine, your journey's almost over, and all you wish for are these poorly painted scenes. That hippie, Pete, his name was, came down from the mountain and stood in line at the post office where Mike's mom was working the window that day. And when he drew a sleepy hand through his beard, a caterpillar fell out on the counter. The Crucifixion of George Santos. Oh, God, whom the pagan deities tremble before, your 90-plus rated wine tastes like vinegar on my Botoxed lips. My party, why hast thou forsaken me? Just wait till I'm resurrected, you'll be sorry. So many of our colleagues, fixated on the cross, metaphorically speaking, enduring unto truth like pagan ordeal. But the grosse Lüge can't be nailed down along the twin axes of the two sexes. Metaphor, the original, the antediluvian lie we can't live without, like that bodies like ours may rise up to heaven should surprise us no more than spirits like theirs coming down to animate flesh, he argues to his old mentor Cicero. For how could we enjoy heaven without a body to feel the joy, happy ending to the long story of our life on earth? History, plausible to the point of certainty, points to a certain future, distracts from the mystic contemplation of the present moment, twitter of bird feet on the tin roof or a distant train whistle where the actual God might actually wait. Crack the language like an egg, and today falls out. That bodies like ours may rise. The Three Incredibles. She's walking down the median, and I'm thinking she might faint the way she weaves and stumbles, eyes rolled back, talking to the air like some sibyl, but seems to regain consciousness when she gets to my window and takes my 5 spot. God bless you, God bless. What are your names? Well, God bless you, Bill and Nick. I'm Sister Natalie, and I'll pray for you. She crosses herself, then brings her one hand to prayer position. Dear God, thank you for Bill and Nick. Bless them as they go through their day doing your work. Amen. She has her t-shirt hiked up over her midriff on this warm December day, belly pooching out. Is she pregnant? December 2023. Republicans agree to back Ukraine so long as the razor wire is reinforced on the Mexican border. For to allow alleviation of suffering on one front, they demand it be redoubled on another to keep the prophecy true. Likewise, the gospel AI aims Israeli guns at 3 of their own, waving white flags no less, and mows them down to balance the calls for ceasefire inside their own borders. For equity is the rule of engagement when the God of Moses and the God of Muhammad square off. Cicero may say, no war is to be undertaken save for safety or for honor. But in our world, like the Saguntines, danger and dishonor balance out the ledger. Augustine's argument for Christ's resurrection resembles Trump's for election fraud, i.e., how could something so blatantly ridiculous be believed by so many in an age as sublimely enlightened as ours, except the knowledge be imparted divinely? I know, I just know, I can feel it, says Trump, and then fertilize richly with the blood of the martyrs. In Milan, a blind man's sight was restored by proximity to the martyrs. In Carthage, Innocentia cured her breast cancer with prayer. Likewise, in Carthage, a gouty doctor, beset by black, woolly-haired boys who prevented him being washed in the laver of regeneration, dove in anyway and cast off both the boys and the gout. In Victoriana, a young lad's eyeball hung by a thread, but when he popped it back in, it was perfectly fine. And there was the strange case of the man with 6 rectal fistulae, of which 5 were repaired by surgery, but when the doctor drew out his knife to cure the 6th, he could find it neither by sight nor by palpation with his finger. This is not to mention the poor fellow who needed a coat and found a fish with a gold ring inside it, which bought him enough wool for his wife to sew, nor the brother and sister who came to Augustine's sermon and lost the shakes their evil mother had given them with a spell. Indeed, the miracles, what we call signs, continue in our own enlightened time, when at the Pentecostal Holiness Church 20 at once were seized by the Spirit and praised him in tongues heretofore unheard by human ears. And in Alabama, the faithful caress deadly venomous serpents and are not bitten. January 9th, 2024. Ultrasonic gender reveal. 2 girls cuddling together in their sack and the fraternal one off to the side. A sequestration he will remember, I imagine, at certain moments. At the other end of life, my own internal imaging, random memories, a word complete with tone and inflection my mother spoke 6 decades ago, pungent, lights up beside that image of the beggar on the curb from yesterday, jacket of black fleece, right arm extended for alms, left sleeve hanging empty, slight bulge at the belly. The saint, of like age, confessed similar distractions in his youth, but now must focus his attention on the vandals at the gate. For philosophers, clerics, soldiers and sailors, shepherds, bakers, carpenters and scribes, every swinging dick is called to the parapet now. And if they fall as martyrs fall, conquering the world not by resisting it, but by dying. The saint says, demons wrought these marvels with the same impure pride with which they aspired to be the gods of the nations. Gods on either side of the Ukraine line today, fixed in a frozen landscape that looks more like World War I than III, all but forgotten in the hoopla around Netanyahu's bid to rewrite history, this time actually erasing the seed of Amalek, and the ICJ scratching his head over whether the annihilation of a race constitutes genocide, and Houthis taking pot shots at our freighters, various Iran proxies, lobbing missiles and drones, even killing 3 Americans. Biden watching solemnly, saluting in silence, but scowling as loud as he can as the 3 caskets are unloaded from the C-130 on this gray, grisly day in January 2024. And they're gathering at the borders in Texas and Iran to call on whichever son of Abram to rain fire and brimstone on whoever dropped in on them last night. Whether Jesus rides the missile like Slim Pickens in Dr. Strangelove, or imageless Mohammed pilots the drone, the souls rise like concepts out of the concrete, bodies broken in the rubble. What does this soul, which is finer than all else, do in such a mass of matter as this? This Mardi Gras go as a mystic starfish, mouth pressed to your bottom, breathing in salt water and bits of sand. The current moves through me, ferociously, and then through thee, and then subsides. Ever repentant, we imagine doing it more frequently, and then don't. Everyone gives up something for Lent, exchanging beef for fried fish on Friday, for example, swearing off booze or drugs or whatever gave pleasure to this city of the fallen. And we do also, we pagans, not from faith but its utter lack, bowing to the kitsch since there is nothing else. On NPR, an old man remembers his first time looking down on a priest's bald head as it licked his hairless member, mumbling in Latin its lesson handed down through generations. I would have sold cocaine on the street corner, said the preacher, if Jesus hadn't found me. Their way is to cast ridicule on our faith in the resurrection of the body by asking whether abortions shall rise. And should this question extend to the frozen embryos that nurse in Alabama dropped, murdered, or her boss did by letting her handle them? It falls to the impartial courts to decide by ordeal when life and murder begin. Shareholders, hold your breath. Governor Landry does what he can, making concealed carry mandatory, resurrecting the electric chair to protect the right to life. Sister Natalie, did her belly shrink? Appears at my window, oversized t-shirt pulled off her left shoulder to expose the stump, with its cardboard sign tucked under. Anything helps, God bless. Stands staring at me, but I don't roll down. Lust for life. My teeth are fantastic, the hygienist says, and she recognizes my ringtone, which makes me smile. Later, I take the dog for a walk in the woods of City Park, puffing the vape as I go until I notice I am lost. At a broken picnic table forgotten in a thicket, I sit on the bench and study the forest floor. Oak leaves like a cast of runes, debris of a long-dead language, or shards of a fallen citadel, signifying system reduced to mulch. I get up and head back to the truck, walk for 10 minutes, and come to that table again, in time and place, north, south, left, right, reverse in the mind, like a sail coming about. Will I die in this bewildered state, entranced by dead letters on the ground? The dog lies among them, panting, one eye on me. The bayou is on my left as I walked out and is on my left again as I head back. For in Dementia, as in Nietzsche, we return, but with a difference. For I had never imagined her in her surgical mask and scrubs, an old punk like me. Israel initiates a thorough and transparent, hallucination-free investigation of the 7 World Kitchen workers intercepted bringing loaves and fishes to Gaza. Taken out by drone strike when an IDF mistook a spatula for an AR, but then Ben In finally bends, lets in 7 trucks of fish meal and flour as trade for Biden not cutting off his own AR supply. Here it rains hard all day, underpasses swamping Toyota after Toyota, and at an open manhole on Orleans where muddy water spins down like a tub drain into the abyss below, some guy knee-deep in it looking down into the vortex, current tearing at his legs. I yell at him to get away, but he is hypnotized. The triplets. 21 folk in gowns and masks it takes to bring this trinity into the cold light of the OR 2 months early. Claude, the big guy at 4 pounds 3, Freya at 3, and little Ada just over 2. Pics on WhatsApp of the tiny larval forms in a blue-gloved hand, and later in NICU boxes, tangled among their tubes and sensors on webcam. And on this day, one is born in Gaza at 7 months, pulled from the dead mother at a bomb site. Video of the doctor who happened to be there running through the wrecked city, infant under his arm like a football, wrapped in a keffiyeh, to the bombed-out hospital where they managed to get it breathing and named. Grandparents at the incubator weeping for their lost children, steeling themselves with a votive pledge this child will pass on to its own. Should any of these children perish, Augustine maintains, whether the general resurrection shall have arrived, they shall stand as tall as Christ did when he appeared to the disciples in the bloom of youth at about the age 30. Hard to believe looking at Ada's thigh the size of my index finger, but on this point, he says, the world's wisest men agree. Another delicious meal on the porch. You are what you eat, said Tiny Tim, in which case I must be pretty yummy. Our ancient references, whether to him or some defunct cartoon or to an old half-fantasized saint, are private language, not mutually intelligible with these natural signs of the city, gunshots and sirens and distant trumpets. We talked through the quick bursts, both of us feeling better since we gave up meat, mostly anyway, and booze, mostly anyway. And I'd rather be hearing your talk and seeing your face across the table on the back porch by multicolored LEDs than most anything, including even those moments I owe entirely to you. The souks in Marrakesh, for example, or sheepdog trials in the Shetlands, or walking the cliff at Duino, or stumbling upon Cubanismo on the Opatia boardwalk, or seeing Dylan one last time, or Lucinda, or a night out in Prague when that gray-blue sky spun overhead, or swimming naked in Asturias, or blowing a tire in the lake country, or hanging in the bar next door, or anything or anybody else that isn't you, back on our porch in this city of dying gods. Nance, mi luz, mi vida, mi corazón, mi tulipán. May 5th, 2024, the brainworm. The brainworm in the nation's cranium is confused, self-diagnosing its dysphoria and paranoid fantasies, hallucinations of self excreted by the munching parasite. But after the general resurrection, says Augustine, clarity shall reign. There shall be no lust, which is now the cause of confusion. And all of us shall be resurrected with bodies of strapping 30-year-olds like Christ upon ascension, and even aborted fetuses, even the deformed, the retarded, even amputees and those burned alive, even decrepit old beggars like me and Sister Natalie, all shall rise in the vigor of young manhood. And to resolve a certain confusion among colleagues and competitors, Augustine adds, the female members shall remain adapted not to the old uses, but to a new beauty, leaving no doubt that women shall rise as women and fit for new use, not as men like us. And just as we men and we women shall be resurrected from our chthonic final place, the brainworm shall rise from the dark cave of the mortal mind to become a radiant halo lighting the face of its ultra-handsome host. Quote, understanding both sexes to be included under the general term man, end quote. etymology of a feeling. Remembering Mims Row, queasy innards at the dawn of the West. That feeling, half terror, half giddy delight, man-woman felt deep in her member, in the pit of her stomach, like young lovers do, and old guys too, or Hagar on her mission, Abram waiting, Sarah watching from the wing, stage fright in the bedroom, blushing and trembling, or riding to first grade and telling my mother my stomach hurt. And she said I was just worried, and I guess I was. Worried what would happen when I got to school, or when I started work, or when I go through the hospital doors for the last time. I was a bird among these spirits, fledgling floating in a pond, like the brown thrasher I found that summer, and we nursed it with an eyedropper till it learned to eat. And one day it sat on my mother's shoulder at the dinner table, and every time she raised her fork, opened its mouth. What am I to say now about the hair and nails? In my dream, my friends appear in their youth, thin and pretty like 40 years ago. I realize I'm dreaming and try to tell them they aren't making out by the fire in the backyard, but having their fun in my dream. But they're too engrossed in each other to listen and go back to kissing. Likewise, Augustine's warnings ring out unheeded, and we go on making love and money in this world he is dreaming. My dream revealed to me that my friends were lovers back in the day and kept it secret. Likewise, the saint questions his dream for the secret history it reveals and the future it augurs, and feels the sting of our deception. On this sweltering summer day, asphalt bubbling under her flip-flops, she steps up to my window and I see my shot. Would you mind if I took your picture? It's for a book I'm writing. Oh, sure, she says and poses exuberantly, bouncing her cardboard sign like a pom-pom in the one hand and waving the stump around in a little dance as if to summon the lost arm to fly from wherever it may have fallen, on land or in the sea or in primordial pools of molten lava, back onto her body to make it whole again. For in the resurrection of the flesh, the body shall enjoy the beauty that arises from preserving symmetry and proportion in all its members. The law and his members warring against the law of his mind. Was it? Simple enough if you're ambivalent about going out tonight. More complicated if you're putting extinction of the species on the table. Biden thinking he's the only one who can stand up to Il Duce. For example, the latest lapse of rhetoric, and you want me to stand down? Never will I give up fighting for the divan on Air Force One. Meanwhile, Trump manages to get slightly martyred, then with stylishly bandaged ear prays at the podium for unity, at least among those who can afford porn stars, and Biden stumbles on with his lance high for about 5 minutes before passing the burden of proof to Kamala, causing everyone, quite despite ourselves, to feel a glimmer as we do our best to conjure the great glory of that state which we cannot worthily speak of because we have not yet experienced it. And who'll get the honor this time of sacking their own capital and blaming the other's God? To believe the great lie is to be the true mystic, holy one who sees through reality to the real of pure desire. This life itself, if life it is to be called, he says, attests to this eternal verity with this litany of temporal miseries. That is to say, the fall is in the naming, belief the shark fin of doubt, The more he believes, the less belief he owns, and the more the rhetoric glows. He orders the amanuensis to expand the catalog, strike the conjunctions, or unfurl polysyndeton, pleonasm, conceits that wind like a dragonfly's path, metonymies to take the breath away, symbols that send a shiver up the spine, so we may know beyond the shadow. 28 August, Augustine's death day, feast day 2024. Lest a semblance of truth deceive us, lest a subtle discourse blind us. I recall on you that old man smell that clings to me now, sweat and sawdust and coffee, forearms brown with purple bruises below the folded sleeve, but undersides pale as a lizard's belly. The hand that grips my shoulder, thickly calloused, serrated almost, half-forgotten memories activated by the smell of myself, your pith helmet and khakis, engineer boots. When I was 4, I threw the Allen wrenches in the pond and you whipped me for it, and though I've crossed a world since then, that day set my course. A smell hangs over the ancient body politic too. Stench of rat piss closed City Hall today. Where is it coming from? What specific office? What sordid life teems in the spaces between rooms, in the wall cavities, plumbing pits, and raceways? What species thrives in this darkness, eating shit in each other, drinking from the sewer stream? Likewise, we sniff emanations from our old language, which now in its decrepitude still strains and stumbles like a warhorse under its burden of weapons and ambition. I can feel the heat and smell the sweat through these synesthetic syllables. You were solid, hard, angular, scary, like it would hurt to run into you, but then came the stink, and you went soft and weak as a kitten, having to lean on me or my mother just to shuffle from the bed to the recliner where December 19th, 1997, you breathed your last soft sigh. The rich and countless blessings of his retributive justice, orgasm on the deathbed, mystic erotic asphyxiation, since those who copulate can generate nothing, i.e., connoisseurs only at this Mar-a-Lago of the mind. No breeders allowed. Ooh, I love black men. Black women not so much, brags Trump at the rally. Mental tease to intensify sensation. As it was also predicted that the world would believe a prediction not due to the sorceries of Peter. As that floating island of garbage, the Trump campaign gurns its loins for the final week before Erection Day, Trump winking to Mike Johnson, sharing a little secret, maybe the new plan to fight global warming by dismantling NOAA. And the city brings in state cops and wildlife and fisheries to liquidate the tent city under the freeway and avert destruction of the rich white girls' 700 million total economic impact following Taylor Swift to the Dome. A mass movement of joy. They say Tail donated thousands of styrofoam meal plates to the newly homeless. Spiritual felicity, dopamine crowd surf, and everyone looks just like you. 5 November, Election Day. We watched an episode of something we immediately forgot, then turned off the TV. They shall never lose their bodies even for the briefest moment, nor ever lay them down in death. Eros as the turning away sickened from Porphyry and Plato's forensic arguments. For democracy is kingdom of desire, pleasure in bondage, hideous orange face on the flag. Morning after, at City Park and Canal, a guy slouches shirtless on the bench next to a heap of filthy bedding. Sister Natalie appears through a crack in the cemetery wall, lights a cigarette on the windless day. We're stunned, but not truly surprised, having secretly felt its inevitability, and now relieved we no longer have to pretend. Don't leave love out of the equation, Mark told me, but this might be something I'm not equal to. Augustine, too, speaks of love, of using love to drive the vandals from the gate. Caritas, for example, of conservative causes, Bernie Marcus leaves his billions to. Charity of calling that woke crap what it is. And as Trump assembles his cabinet, who's rubbing their palms? Or does it really matter which fungible token sits at which Office Depot desk? Like those North Korean soldiers tanking into a Ukraine they've never heard of. Drones on the front line, orders from the AI, and after the battle, those still living return to their benches. Plato plus Porphyry, Augustine argues, pretty much equal a Christian, as both of them would readily concede that if the souls of the saints are to be reunited to bodies, it shall be to their own bodies, not to some random body they find on the street. Imagine the chaos that would reign in a city where souls pop in and out of bodies at will. How could lovers and friends, family and police keep track? And we can imagine that the souls of saints will have no problem discerning from the realm of bodiless bliss just which of those numberless bodies is, quote, their own. So it wouldn't be possible for, say, Plato's soul to enter Sister Natalie's body by mistake, nor for Sister Natalie to wake up one day inside her neighbor on the bench, nor for any wandering soul to find its own body occupied by someone else, like Porphyry, when it returns from its sojourn. At least we can say such corporeal confusion would be extremely rare, not at all the normal case. For unlike language, which moves freely mouth to mouth, souls are not profligate, but true to their bodies as the bride to her husband. Though in this passage, as in many, it does rather sound like Augustine, Porphyry, Cicero, Varro, Plato, Labeo, and the gang having an evening in the back room of the Bourbon Pub, where essences discourses freely among the bodies as Augustine's philosophers. Souls of disparate ages commingle in the text. Likewise, the friendly flow of capital between members at Mar-a-Lago is its own little parable of resurrection, in which multiple souls combine wits to reinvigorate the moldy corpses of great tyrants of the past, to receive the bodies in which they may live eternally without suffering. And the whole question of the eternal resurrection of the body shall be resolved out of their own mouths. Of the beatific vision. After all is said and done, after the rise and after the fall, after all the voices cease to echo in the hall, after the Big Bang, after the flood, after the last wildfire, the great conflagration, after Christ has come again and gone, after all have been judged and found wanting or pure, after that before which was no after, and after which will be no before, after all who spoke no longer speak, and all who were mute are mute no more, After we have let go our physical bodies and stand clothed in light, in perfect immortal frame, without employment nor need of it, then we will finally see this famous God, the physical God, though not, if we may clarify, with these physical eyes, not with eyes of green or black or blue, not with eyes that may be opened or closed, or blurred or clear, not with eyes that may look and then look away, that may half close in tiredness or desire, or shift their attention from without to within, or be distracted by a fleeting shadow of imagined enemy or friend, but eyes which see as through a glass darkly, eyes which, though they be closed, still see, and though our view be blocked by fortress wall or parapet, we shall still see the great valley, the looming mountain, and in the shadow of that mountain, in the hollow of that valley, a lone horseman coming across the plain, like a speck on the mountain, like a mote in the valley, steadfast as an ant, it comes down into the dark and back up the other side, through farmland and villages and the ruins of great estates, hooves on grass and then on cobblestone, finally on marble, through the gate, down the passageway, up the stair into the tower, until the horse stands before me, nostrils flaring, stomping its feet, and the rider is a knight, or sometimes I think a cowboy, or then again sometimes, perhaps even now, I think the rider is St. Joan, hands me a purse of fine suede, the softest leather you have ever touched, and inside I can feel them, the 5 hexagonal shafts, each with a short 90-degree bend. January 6th, 2025, election certification day, 4 years since 1.1. Eternal felicity, feel of the city, copying a feel from the city. For the force, ISIS insists that through the fresh flesh drives the rented Ford insists. As I wake, I'm climbing a ladder all the way to the 3rd floor of this ramshackle house, hanging onto the cornice as the piece of shit ladder, broken rungs bolstered with scraps of 2x4, sways under me, and I am terrified. But the others are already up there, having simply taken the stairs. In that blessed city there shall be this great blessing, that no inferior shall envy any superior. Sister Natalie, in fleece jacket with the empty sleeve, with her cardboard sign, sporting a goatee today, seems okay. Not babbling or chanting as she sometimes does, but businesslike, ducking into the bus stop out of the wind to light a cig. Kamala reads the pronouncement. Dogs on pedestals stand on hind legs. 12th night. A Passion de Jeanne d'Arc rolls through the quarter. Joan is a friend of ours and hands us a handful of chocolate doubloons. One thing is certain, the body shall forthwith be wherever the spirit wills. I keep forgetting who's still living and who's already dead, and how we tell them apart. Like we tell dream and waking apart, or thought and speaking, word and image, dance and dancing, bush and burning, flow of all things that can no longer be told apart. What's to come? The siege, the slow battle we won't see the end of, fossil exhibit at the Museum of Natural History, yet more slaughter. This city I leave to my Trinity, my 2 Trinities, this world to the rest of you, evermore.